Thank you for your patience. Okay, so national portion of the exam. Let's see. Let's hit the ones that were requested first. Make sure that we do get those. Number 6 was one of those. And what do we have for 6? I think we did cover that right before we left last night. So we still okay on 6? That was the one of the recurring leak, and it turned out to be the thing about the latent defects. Agents are not responsible for undisclosed latent defects. It's not on us. The seller's trying to hide stuff. Number 9. Okay. Good. That'll fit right in. A valid offer to purchase and contract requires all of the following except what? All the following except what? Well, the answer on that one is B. It does not include due diligence fee. A valid offer to purchase and contract. So it's a combination of a couple things. What does it take to have a valid contract? Well, it takes a voluntary meeting of the minds, right? Mutual assent was another phrase that kind of means that same thing. The parties have to agree as to what they want to do. It also takes, sorry, I thought I had you in front of me. It also takes the parties being competent, right? They have to be what? What does that mean by competent? What are those, the legal capacity items? 18, sane and sober. You got it. So it requires that too. And then it has to be in writing for it to be valid. So it can be enforceable in a court of law. But when we got into the contracts chapter, we learned that there are a couple of checks that the buyer can write to go along with their offer. They don't have to provide these things, but they certainly would help make the seller inclined to accept their offer, and those are earnest money and due diligence fee. So when it comes to earnest money and due diligence fee, they are not required. They can be zero. You could make an offer, write an offer with 0 earnest money, 0 due diligence fee. You may not get it accepted if it's a market like we're in now and sellers are like, are you kidding me? I'm going to just sit back. If you don't want to give it to me, I'll wait till someone does. And they probably won't have a hard time or have to wait very long to find a buyer willing to make an offer that does include those things, but they don't make the contract valid or not. So there does not have to be any at all. Therefore, the validity of the contract is not affected by whether or not there is any due diligence or earnest money. There also doesn't have to be a period of time called due diligence period. It's again, those 3 things are negotiable: the due diligence money, the earnest money, and the due diligence period. In a different market, a complete opposite market from what we're in now, therefore, you could have, that's when, the buyers are going to rule the world. Buyers are going to be the picky ones because there's lots and lots of listings for sale, and buyers have their choice. And sellers are going to be kind of fighting for those buyers and having to do all they can to win the attention of a buyer, because we're in a different market. We have more demand than we have more supply than we do demand. That's what order it would be. And in that case, you're going to start seeing offers that don't have any due diligence money and maybe just a very little bit of earnest money, if any of that. If they're trying to compete, if sellers are trying to be competitive, they're going to say, it's okay, don't worry about it. You don't have to give me any deposits. I dare say you would see the due diligence go away before you'd see the earnest money go away. Because as desperate as a seller might be, they still want to have some assurance that this is a serious buyer. And the earnest money was what we have had all along, way back, because it shows a sign of good faith. That's literally another word for it, good faith money. And then also, you might find sellers willing to break the tie or to try to beat out other sellers for the buyer's attention by saying, look, I'll agree to a due diligence period all the way up to the closing day. If you want to keep doing inspections and have the option to walk if you so choose, and still keep the earnest money, we'll blow that out too. So in this kind of market, of a seller's market that we're in now, we see the opposite, right? We see sometimes buyers saying, well, you know what? I'll make it a completely as-is offer. I will immediately risk losing the earnest money too if I choose to walk, by having zero due diligence period. No amount of time. I'll still do the inspections, but if I do ask for something to be fixed and you don't fix it, and I choose to walk for any reason, you're gonna go ahead and get the earnest money as well as the due diligence money, Mr. and Ms. Seller. So that's the difference. And so a valid offer to purchase and contract doesn't even need to have due diligence fee or earnest money to make it valid. Does that help? I've got a number 14 mentioned here too. Let's take a look. The monetary agreement to compensate the party who is injured by contract termination that is included in the standard offer to purchase and contract is called what? First of all, if the buyer breaches, if the buyer decides not to buy the house, let's say it that way. The buyer, for any reason or no reason, says, nope, not going to buy it. And let's say we're after the due diligence period. What amounts of money are they subject to losing and never seeing again? Buyer says, I don't want to buy it. What are we going to lose? What are they going to lose? That's right. The due diligence money and the earnest money. Therefore, those are called liquidated damages. And that is what the answer is. That's what you stand to lose upon breach of contract. That's what the seller's compensation is. That's all they have available to them. And that's what the contract says. So, in a market like this, with this strong seller's market that we're in, just lost my train of thought. Where was I going with that? Oh, yeah, where a lot of people will get so caught up in the upfront due diligence money because it's non-refundable. That's really sexy. It's really attractive. It's like, oh, I got it no matter what. Even if this buyer walks away, I'm still keeping this. I can go to Disney World or whatever. Well, yeah, but that's all well and good until the week of closing, 45 days, 60 days from now. And maybe you've already even spent all of that due diligence money, which may not be a great idea. But if you've done that, and then the buyer walks a day before closing, and you've already hired movers, sellers hired movers, they've made plans, they put down deposits for the next thing they're going to buy. Are they going to maybe want another chunk of money as sort of a penalty to the buyer for walking away at that point too? And so maybe they'd be sad that they front loaded the money between the due diligence and the earnest money. They said with that initial offer, hey, instead of $5,000 of due diligence and $4,000 of earnest, let's make it $9,000 of due diligence and $1,000 of earnest, or some other kind of, right, that added up to a larger total, but sellers get away with that anyway. So they're going to probably still want to have some amount of earnest money for later in the game, just in case, just to maybe hold that buyer's feet to the fire from frivolously saying, you know what, I've already lost our due diligence money and this isn't going great and our negotiations are not going great. The seller didn't fix every single thing I wanted, and maybe another listing came up that they really would rather have and they want an ability to just leave. Well, something that might keep them committed to this transaction that would be in the seller's best interest is that they still could stand to lose another several $1,000s of earnest money. So it's not a great idea to necessarily only get it in the form of non-refundable due diligence money. Let's also make them pay a chunk of earnest money too. It kind of keeps them honest all the way through the end. Did I see a request for number 16? Number 16, the Sherman antitrust laws would allow brokerage firm to engage in which behavior? Let's recap the Sherman antitrust laws. What's one thing Sherman antitrust laws dictate? Boycotting. There you go. You can't get together, and I see it on Facebook all the time, guys. And I kind of want to offer my 2 cents, but then I'm like, you know what? My New Year's resolution for the year is stay out of it on Facebook and social media. Not my business what people are going to say on there. I'll scan it maybe once a day. I'm moving on. I'm not changing any minds. I'm not in it. I'm in it for you guys. I'm not in it for strangers. So anyway, they'll say things like, oh my gosh, did you hear about so-and-so? And I'm like, that's a real estate company you're trashing, or a broker, or a vendor. And that is what boycotting is. People getting together and trashing another competitor, another vendor, saying, don't use this inspector because they killed my deal. How dare they wrote up on the report all the things wrong with that house, and it killed the deal. They'll never use them again. They're too sensitive. That's boycotting. We can't do it. Price fixing is another one. Thank you. Can't say that. What does that mean? You tell me. What do we mean by price fixing that's not allowed? There you go. It's about that commission rate. Yeah, you can't say the standard industry commission rate is 6%, 5%. And I heard a major real estate coach say it on a video a month ago. And I couldn't help myself that time. I DM'd him in his Instagram. He probably hates me if he even saw it. I said, and to his credit, at some point in that hour-long video, he did say, in the beginning, he said, now, we can't say there's a set commission. We have to say it's negotiable, but he couldn't help it. He got to blabbing, and he went on and said, and so, for most of my career, the standard has been X percent. And I'm like, you just undid what you said. And he gets a lot of attention. He gets tons of views. And I'm like, just not. It's so easy though, right? So no standard commission. Yes, there's commissions that you see more than others maybe, but there's not a standard that's required. That if there were, the consumer would be taken advantage of, because then they couldn't shop. It wouldn't do any good. They're only going to get the same, sort of like the healthcare field, right? Certain hospitals or the telephone industry. That's it. Like in a local market, there's only one telephone company. What's that about? I think the cell phone stuff has kind of helped toward that, but that's what price fixing is. This is the standard commission. We don't say that. What do we say instead? There's no standard commission rate. Yeah, cable, for real. If they say, hey, what's the standard commission these days? Is it still 6%? Is it still 5%? Based on whatever they've experienced in the past or seen or heard. We say, actually, there's no standard commission rate. It's all negotiable. There's brokers and firms that charge all kinds of different commission rates. What can you say, though? If you can't say there's not an industry standard, what is it that you are allowed to say? There you go. Perfect. My firm charges, or I charge. This is what I charge. You can charge a standard. You could say my standard is this, but there's not an industry standard. In other words, you can't back them in a corner and say there's no way you'll ever be able to pay less than this percent, because it's what we all charge. That's what they're trying to avoid. And what's one more area where this Sherman Antitrust Act kicks in? What's another thing it keeps service providers from doing? Think in terms of maybe big real estate firms in a certain city, and they want to give each other room. There it is, splitting areas, dividing market share. Hey guys, you know what? Let's make it easy on ourselves. I'll take the north side, you take the south side. I won't come into your area, you don't come into mine. Again, you're forcing consumers to only have one choice. That's sort of the point. So, in light of that, Sherman Antitrust would allow a brokerage firm to engage in which behavior? Participate in a boycott with another firm to prevent a competitor from entering the market if it is a private agreement between the two firms and not advertised in the MLS. What do we think? That sound like in the spirit of the Sherman antitrust? No, we're hurting the consumer. Let's look at it through that lens. Does this A, hurt the consumer? Sure it does. It keeps one more third potential choice from entering into the market. Agree with other firms that certain areas of town are off limits based on historic relationship with the residents in the area. That's that same thing about market allocation, right? You stay out of my area, not allowed. Require that all brokers in the firm charge a specific listing fee for representing sellers. Okay, we have now narrowed the focus. We're not talking about the whole industry, the whole marketplace. We're talking about the one little firm. And that firm has rules, and those rules are, if you're a broker in this firm, this is what we charge. We don't charge less than X percent because we want to be a full service broker and we don't want to do whatever. So that's the right answer. But let's take a look at D. Join with a national franchise firm to reduce commissions to drive local firms out of business. Again, we're restricting the possible choices of the consumer. There might be a realtor problem with that too, because we're kind of bullying local firms. And the realtor code of ethics is also about how we interact with our fellow colleagues. There it is. Does that make sense? 36. We'll come back, but I'm going to hit these that have been asked about. A commercial lease, which requires a base rent of $10,000 a month, plus 25% of the building's TICAM, is most likely what? So let's review the types of leases. A percentage lease is a lease that is based either all or in part on what? Percentage of what? When I think of a percentage lease, I just kind of equate it to like a return on investment, right? What's the percent of your rate of return? That's based on how much you could make. And so therefore, good job. A percentage lease is based on your income. How much did you earn? So if you don't do as well in a given month, you don't have to pay as much in rent. Sounds like a pretty good deal, especially for a startup company that's just worried about their expenses and not sure how well they're going to do. And maybe they do better in certain months throughout the year. So that's what it is. It's based on a percentage of profit or income. A net lease was the other kind that we studied, and the net lease is different. The net lease is based on maybe all or in part a portion of what? What's the word net usually mean? It means you've already paid something. What have you already paid if we're talking about the net something? What you end up with after you've paid expenses. So there it is. And what we also know is that the acronym TICAM stands for certain types of expenses: taxes, insurance, and common area maintenance. So with that, commercial lease, which requires a base rent of $10,000 a month plus 25% of the building's TICAM, is most likely a, now what? What do you think it is now? That's a net lease. Good job. That's B. Net lease. Let's see, what else was it? 37. Two primary forms of eviction are what? We touched on this yesterday. We've got 4 types of eviction that we studied. The one that everybody thinks of, where the tenant stayed beyond their welcome, doesn't even have the word eviction in it. It's called summary ejectment. It's not one of these options. The other 3 are all about the landlord misbehaving. We've got a constructive eviction, which means the tenant evicts themselves because the landlord, after repeated requests, didn't fix things. Now it's unsafe. Tenant moves out, stops paying rent. That's constructive eviction. I see that word in here. So that's a good sign. And then we've got self-help eviction. That's where the landlord bullies them, right? They lock them out or they shut off the utilities. They do something to make the tenant want to leave. And it could be because the tenant did something they weren't supposed to do, but the landlord's not allowed to flex like that. They have to go through the proper actual eviction process of summary ejectment. And then what was the other one? Retaliatory eviction, when the landlord is retaliating against the tenant because the tenant exercised their legal rights. One of those might have been to ask for things to be fixed, or another one might be that they joined a tenants' rights association. I don't see retaliatory in here, although they do have some R words with ending in Y, and that's tempting, but remainder and reversionary don't apply to this topic. That's back there about what? What's remainder and reversionary referring to? What topic are they from? Change our chat back to everybody. Remainderman, reversionary, comes from like chapter 2 when we talked about freehold estates. What could happen in a life estate when the measuring life dies. So that's not even applicable. We can weed that one out. Sheriff and tax, those are types of deeds that have to do with maybe foreclosure. Landlord and tenant are the parties in an eviction. Best answer choice is C. Actual eviction, meaning summary ejectment, and constructive eviction, meaning tenant can move out if it's not a safe place. Even if you're not familiar with the word actual, but you remembered the constructive one, you could probably weed out the other three if you know that they're from other topics. And just using some test-taking skill, I've never heard of a sheriff's eviction or a tax eviction or a landlord or tenant eviction as the name of the eviction, and remainder and reversionary. So that might have been something that you really wasn't 100% sure on the actual word, but the other ones might have helped you weed them out. 56. Oh, big one. All right. A tenant in an apartment building has serious mobility issues and must use a wheelchair. The apartment building in which they live have reserved parking for the tenants in a private secured parking deck. Additionally, there's limited guest parking, including handicap, for guests outside the secured deck. The apartment building is fully leased, and there are no vacant units or unused reserved parking spaces. The tenant has requested a reserved handicap parking space closer to the main entrance of the building inside the secure area of the parking garage. To be following fair housing laws, the owner of the apartment building should do what? Are we going to instruct the tenant that the owner is happy to comply if the tenant can find a current tenant with a reserved spot to swap? We're talking about disability, fair housing category, and we're trying to make things fair, equally accessible to a disabled person. So are we looking for the answer choice that makes them have to work harder, or are we looking for the one that makes them have to have just as much of an ease of use as everyone else who's not disabled? Let's keep that in mind. Tell the tenant the owner's happy to comply by making one of the current handicap spaces a reserved space, but that until a tenant with a reserved spot moves out, there's nothing else the owner can do. So we've got a willing to swap. We've got a nothing else the owner can do. We're not making it too easy to help make up for the disability. Call the tenant that tell them that all the spaces are full, and since they're in a wheelchair, switching spaces is not necessary because they can easily move about with the current parking arrangement. That's also not very adaptive. Or D, and you probably figured this out by now, that's what we've got. Make whatever arrangements are necessary to comply with this tenant's request. We either need to adapt the situation physically or modify the procedure. There's a post office in Cary, I believe. I might have mentioned it when we covered this in the text, but they have an impossible building to put a ramp on. It's like 20 steep stone steps, an old building or something, and they don't have enough room to make a wheelchair ramp. So they've changed how they do it, the procedure, not the structure. And so a person who's disabled can't access it. They pull up to a certain parking space and they honk the horn. And then maybe there's even an option to call or text at this point. And someone from the postal service comes out, gets their key, unlocks their P.O. box, and empties it and brings it to them. So it's either adapting the property or changing the procedure. In this case, they're just going to need to probably, I would guess, I'm no expert on ADA, but probably make a regular parking space one more to accommodate this person, right? They're going to have to accommodate this disabled person. Make whatever arrangements are necessary to comply with their request. Now, I say that we need to do something to make it as easy for them as it is for non-disabled people. That doesn't mean that it is always at the landlord's expense, right? When we're talking about maybe a house for rent and the doorways need to be widened or a ramp needs to be built and put to the doorway, that would be at the tenant's expense, or even more of a higher ticket item, lowering the counters, to accommodate the wheelchair and things like that. The tenant would be expected to pay for that, and then they could negotiate that the tenant has to pay to have it put back the way it was when they're out of there, when they move away. So it doesn't mean the tenant doesn't have any responsibility. They would have a financial responsibility, but we're not going to say, hey, you're on wheels, go ahead and go on across the whole parking lot. That would not be the proper response. 62. A property owner has sold a tenant-occupied property to an eager investor. The closing for the property is October 20th. Rent will remain at $1,200 per month based on the current lease. The tenant's lease expires December 30th, and the seller is holding a $900 tenant security deposit. What's the correct entry for proration of the rent on the closing disclosure? Let's see. One more time. We're selling tenant occupied. Closing's October 20. Rent's $1,200 a month. Closing October 20th, and the lease expires December 30th. So this tenant, are they going to be there for the new owner? They can still be there at least for a little while once the new owner buys the property. They're closing on October 20th. The lease doesn't end until December 30th. Yeah, we can't kick that tenant out just because there's a new owner. That's not allowed. There's also a $900 security deposit. But the question is, what's the correct entry for the proration of the rent? They threw you a decoy. You're like, well, what do we do with this security deposit? For this question, it doesn't matter. They didn't ask you about that. If they had said, what's the correct entry on the closing disclosure for all of the above, now you're going to have to figure out how to handle the security deposit. But they didn't make you do all that. All they're saying is, how do we handle the proration of rent on the closing disclosure? So let's take a look. When do you pay rent? Before you live there or after you live in a place? Get to live there before you have to pay the rent for that month, or do you pay the rent first for a given month? Here's our month. Here's our October 20th. Here's our 30th, end of the month for your purposes. Here's our first. And here's when the rent is due. You're right. Of course. And that rent is $1,200 a month. So that seller collected $1,200 on the first, right here. And so now they have all of the money for the whole month, but they're not going to be the owner for the whole month. So we need to figure out how much of that $1,200 is worth this many days. So we're talking about just one 30-day period. How many days are we talking about? The seller already has the entire month's worth of rent in their pocket. The amount that they should end up with is 20 days worth. 20 days to seller. because they do also get to keep the rent for the day of closing. Usually they have to pay for the day of closing. In this case, they get the benefit from the day of closing. And so they get all the way from the 1st through the 20th of daily rent. And so what is daily rent? $1,200 divided by 30. $40 a day. And so what does that mean for this portion of the rent, the buyer's portion? The buyer gets that bit. Seller's already collected the whole month. We need to take some of that away from the seller because they're not going to be the owner for all of those days. They're going to be the owner for the 30 total days minus 20 of them, which leaves 10. We don't need to add 1 because the seller also gets to keep rent for the day of closing as well. So the remaining 10 days, in this case, October 20, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 30th, 10 days, right? So 10 days times $40 a day, $400, goes to the buyer. It's going to be a debit seller credit buyer of $400 to make the rent fair. Seller isn't going to be the owner for all 30 of those days, only 20 of them. So they only get to keep 20 days worth of the rent. Does that make sense? In that case, let's look back, see if they had an answer choice that fits that. And it's A, debit the seller $400, credit the buyer $400. We okay there? It's the only example of proration where the seller got money instead of had to pay money. Rent. They collected it first of the month. Okay. I don't even know where they came up with 1,300 as option. 2,800. Yeah. None of the other answers even make sense. I could see maybe trying to add in 900 somewhere just to throw someone off, but 65. A property manager was happy to finally have solid end-of-year numbers to report to her owner. Priscilla was on a base salary. Oh boy, I know what. Okay, yeah. This is going to take a little bit of pluses and minuses. Base salary of with an additional commission payable based on the owner's net operating income. This is definitely a level 3 type of question where you have to actually take what you've learned and apply it. So it's a 100-unit apartment building, which leased at $2,000 a month, meaning each unit leases for $2,000 a month. Vacancy and delinquent payments are 5%. That means a vacancy rate of 5%, right? Occupancy rate of 95%. Annual operating costs are $200,000. Debt payments for the property loan on the building were $50,000 annually. How much did Priscilla earn in commission income if her commission is 5%? There's a lot to unpack here, but you've done every bit of this. We just haven't done it all in one question. So you can do this. What do we know? Base salary with an additional commission payable based on the net operating income. We don't know anything about how much that base salary is. They don't tell us that, but that's not what they're asking. They're asking how much did she earn in commission at 5% of what? 5% of what? 5% of the net operating income. So we need to figure out what the net operating income was and take 5% of that. And in order to get the net operating income, we think back to our acronym given. Which said we take the gross possible, as much as you possibly can make per unit. In this case, it's 100 units at $2,000 a month. So that's this many. Double check it. 2,000 times 100. 200,000. There we go. But that's per month. We need to turn this into annual. That's a big big thing that gets people hung up. Because they give us the operating costs annually of $200,000 a year, and so this $200,000 is actually per month. Let's go times 12 months to make that $200,000. Let me write it out a little bit better. Times 12. So the gross income is $2.4 million. Now it's a 5% vacancy rate. 5% of this 2.4 million, we're going to subtract from the 2.4 million. So we're going to take off 120,000 because they don't have 100 units rented at any given time. They seem to have 5% of them either having trouble collecting rent or nobody's living in them, paying rent at all. Now we subtract out those operating costs, which they gave us in the problem to be $200,000 a year. Subtract that. And that leaves us with effective income. Let me get rid of this N because that's going to be the net operating income that we'll get to after we nope, sorry. That's good. That's going to do it. That's going to give us our net operating income. So 2.4 million minus 120 minus 200,000 leaves 2,080,000. We've taken off for vacancy. We've taken off for expenses. That leaves us with NOI. And that's the number that you get paid commission of 5% on. And so if we take 5% of that, we get $104,000. And that's answer choice D. Is that a little less scary? We had to know the relationship of this thing. Sorry. Of gross income to net operating income. And that's just get the gross per year, subtract out for vacancy, subtract out for operating expenses, and that leaves us with the net operating income. Now, they gave us some more information, but we didn't need it. They told us this nonsense about debt payments for the property. Well, if she's getting paid based on net operating income, that doesn't include the loan amount, the debt service. It doesn't include that part. So net operating income doesn't need this. We're done once we get to the 2,080,000. If they had asked us about cash flow, then we would have needed this piece of information. If she got paid a percentage of cash flow, then we would have used this, but we didn't need to. 69. Buyer is scheduled to close on their new home on May 20th. The purchase price is $425,000. The buyer is purchasing with a 90% LTV. Property taxes on the home are $5,500 annually. Interest rate on the home loan the buyer will obtain to purchase the home is 3.75. The sellers agreed to pay $3,000 toward closing costs. Calculate the proration for the property taxes for the day of closing. They gave us a lot of stuff. Do we need all that stuff? We don't need all that stuff. What do we need? The proration for the property taxes. So in that case, we need $5,500 a year are the taxes. That's important to know. And we need the date. Close on May 20th. Is May 20th before September 1st? Yes. So we know what we need to do with it. We don't need to know the interest rate or the closing costs paid. or even the purchase price, because we don't need the tax value. We don't need to, because we already are told how much the taxes are per year. The only reason you would need the tax value is if you didn't know how much the tax bill was and they've told you what the bill is. So with that in mind, I bet you can do it. This is all you need to know. Annual taxes are $5,500. Closing date is May 20th. Take a second. Do that yourself and let's go through it. I just saw that note in the chat. Yeah, everybody does. Forget to multiply that gross income by 12. Because you've already done some math and you're like, okay, I must be done with this. What's our first step? Proration. Let's get daily taxes first. How do we turn our annual tax into daily? It's $15.28 per day, right? Is that what you got? Then we need to calculate days. And I like to start and always calculate seller's days. So the seller's days are January 1st all the way up to and including May 20th. So May is the 5th month. So that means there's 4 total months of 30 days each, which are 120 days total, plus the one in May for another 20 days. So that's 140 to the seller that they are responsible for. Or maybe I should say it differently. Days the seller has to pay. And so if we know that the seller has to pay for 140 days, we multiply step 3. 140 days times $15.28 a day. For $21.39. And well, I think they left the cents off. $21.39. Now that we know how much the seller's portion of the tax bill is, step 4, attribute it properly. Who are we going to debit? We're going to debit one party and credit the other party this amount of $21.39. Who are we taking it from? You got it. Taking it from that seller and giving it to that buyer. Because again, this is about just the day of closing. That's all we care about accomplishing here. January, May, December, there we go. September here. So since it's in May, this is the seller's portion. And then this is the buyer's portion. But we don't care about the buyer's portion. We don't have to settle that part up. And so we don't have to calculate it. Because anytime we're closing before September 1st, what are we going to do with it? There's nothing to do with it. We can't pay it. We can't send it to the government yet. We don't have the bill yet. They haven't been published. They haven't been sent out. So all we can do to make this fair to both parties when we close before September 1st is take the seller's portion and give it over to the buyer. Put it on their side. So they have that $21.39 and they can add their portion, what's remaining in the year, when it's time to later. But we don't have to deal with that now on closing day. Just need to get them the seller's responsibility of money. So out of the answer choices, it was C. Debit seller $21.39, credit buyer $21.39. Problem with this one is that would be if we were closing after September 1st and we had to charge each party their respective amounts. We don't even, well, that's not what we're doing, so that's not right. Problem with this one, I'll bet if we were to do the math, let's just see. Plus, yeah. If you do the math, that is the buyer's portion for the remainder of the year. So you would have to know whose portion am I working with here, seller's portion or buyer's portion. And they like to give you things if you were to common mistakes as answer choices. So you just have to remember your 3 potential ways to handle taxes depending on the time in the year you close. We'll just keep, was that 66 a request? Okay, good. Making sure that it wasn't an answer to something I had asked. Okay, good. Sellers, Sam and Libby, have lived in their current home for 1 year. They purchased their current home for $425,000, and today it is valued at $500,000. Rather than sell their former home, Sam and Libby rented it to tenants when they purchased their new home. The lease is expiring this month, and they have decided to sell the home rather than continue leasing the home to the tenants. Selling was a difficult decision because this was their first major purchase together when they married 6 years ago. They originally paid $225,000 for the home, their first home together. The market was kind to them, and they were able to sell for an astounding $600,000. Their current IRS tax rate is 28%. How much will they owe the IRS for capital gains on this sale? So, let's see. Lived in their current for 1 year, purchased their current. So we're talking about their former home. And what we also probably remember is that when it comes to calculating capital gains, you have to come up with the adjusted basis and then also the I just totally lost my words. What you get when you sell it. And that includes subtracting out and adding for commission and closing expenses, but they don't give us any of those. They don't give us any of that information. So all we have to work with is what they paid and what they sold for. So based on that information, they paid $225,000. They sold it for $600,000. So if we take $600,000 minus $225,000, that leaves $375,000. We're talking about their former home, not the one that they purchased at $425,000 and $500,000, because that's not what we're talking about selling. They want to sell the one they moved from, and that's what they paid $225,000 for. And now the market has brought them $600,000 for it. So we're not even paying attention to those first two prices at the top. The 225 and the 6 are what matter here. The IRS tax rate doesn't matter because this home that they're selling was what they bought 6 years ago. And so that's a long-term capital gain. And when it's a long-term capital gain, you don't use your personal income tax rate. You use the maximum 20% for the long-term capital gains tax rate. But before you do any of that, you calculate how much gain is there. And when we do that, 600,000 minus 225, the gain is 375,000. But there's a big old chunk of gain that is exemptable for married couples. And how much is that you can exempt and not have to pay taxes on for married? 500,000. Oh, look, they didn't reach 500, so they owe what? Which of these choices do they have to pay in capital gains tax? You got it. Nothing. They don't have to pay anything because they're well within the 500,000 exemption number. If it was, let's say, let's say this. If it were 800,000 that they had sold it for instead of 6, then 800, minus 225 would have given them $575,000 of gain. Now, how much over 500 is that? Now they got to pay tax on $75,000. And since it's a long-term capital gain, meaning more than 12 months that they owned it, that's going to be at 20%. So 75,000. Oops. Darn it. Okay. 75. Slow. Times 20%. $15,000 is what they're going to have to pay in capital gains tax if they were to have been so fortunate as to sell it for 800. Do you think they're going to mind? They're making another 200 compared to the 600, right? Instead of selling for 600 like the test question says, they're selling for 8. So another 200, yeah, I believe I could afford 15,000 if I'm getting 200,000. Okay. Oh, all right. If I must. Let's go to the last one and work our way backwards. Okay, we did that one. But before we do this, let's go ahead and take our break. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Test 1, 2. Let's bring ourselves on back in. Lovely elevator music just for you. National portion of the exam. All practice exams are fair game. Feel free to make your way through every bit of them, and we will talk about them as you ask, as you request. We left off with 68. A buyer is interested in purchasing a home they visited at an open house. Due to current market conditions, they'll have to pay full asking price, $675. They qualify for 80% LTV. Using a loan factor of 4.92, how much will their monthly principal and interest payments be on a 30-year mortgage at 4.25%? It's another case of having to dissect the information and figure out what you don't need, right? They gave you more than you need. All you need is to know price, LTV, and loan factor number. The loan factor already has taken into account that it's a 30-year loan at 4.25%. So what do we need to do first? We need to base that loan factor on the loan amount. And so what's our loan amount? How do we get that? There you go. Yep, 80% of 675. Let me make that public. Got our 675. Take 80% of that. So we have a loan amount of 540. And they gave us a loan factor of 4.92. And if you want to use the T formula, a loan factor is really just a rate, right? $4.92 per $1,000 borrowed, because that's essentially what that is out of that chart. If you borrow $1,000, you're paying $4.92 a month in principal and interest. So we take that loan factor, 4.92, the loan amount of $540,000, and you could multiply those together, just like that. And if you did that, you would get a ridiculous monthly principal and interest. And you would think, oops, I forgot a step. What step did we forget? It's not 2,656,800. We forgot to divide this 540,000 by 1,000. Since this loan factor is given per thousands, we need to divide the loan amount by 1,000. And so when we do that, that means it turns into 540, which we multiply, and we could just fix what's in the calculator by dividing it by 1,000 too. We don't need to go back and redo things. All we had to do is divide that thing by 1,000. Side, just a little helpful hint. If you do this calculation, you're like, oh my gosh, it's not a $2 million house payment. Oh yeah, I forgot the 1,000. Just go ahead and divide by 1,000 from that thing. And there it is, 2656. They seem to like to round to the nearest dollar in this practice question. So exam, so it's C. 2657. Is that okay? So half of the battle is knowing which of these things to ignore, right? And when it's a loan factor problem, the factor means that it's on the chart based on the duration of the loan compared to the rate. So we don't need this. We probably could have used this instead. We're not going to do that. I don't want to confuse the issue. We could have either used the loan factor or this, but loan factor is what they were asking this question for. Property taxes in the city limits. This property is valued at $500,000. Local ad valorem tax rates are 70 cents per hundred. Okay, good. Just taking down some information. The city rate is 70 cents. The county rate is 32 cents. The local taxing authority bases their budgets on receiving taxes by assessing property at 75%. So the tax value is 75% of the property value. And then let's make a note, since we know this is a tax problem, where is it? Oh yeah, it's located in the city limits. So let's keep that in mind. If it's in the city limits, which rates do we use? One or the other or both? Got to use them both, because you can't physically be in the city without being also in the county. Therefore, we're going to add up these two, and it's going to be $1.12, I think, right? 70 plus 32, yeah. $1.02, sorry. $1.02 per hundred. But first step, let's get a tax value and take 75% of 500,000. So our tax value is $375. Then we remember our circle formula with and tax on the top there. $1.02 as the rate and $375 as the tax value or assessed value. Are we finished? Once we do this multiplication, is that going to give us the answer, or do we need to do a step within this step? We need to divide this one by 100 to turn it into a proper decimal. And you can do that in your calculator. 1.02 and the percent sign. So 0.0102 is what we're going to multiply by 375. So our annual tax is $38.25. If you had forgotten to divide by 100, you'd have just gotten a big fat number, and you would have thought the same thing. Oh wait, I forgot a step. Oops, annual taxes aren't $382,500. Let me go ahead and divide that by 100. Oh, there it is. And that would be B. 67 was B. $66. Did we do this one? Yeah, we did this one. We did that one. Okay. And $65. I think we did this one. No? Yep, we did that one. A new broker, Betty, was extremely excited to have her very first closing with her very first buyer clients. She proudly handed the commission check from the attorney's office to her broker in charge. Since she was closing on a $600,000 sale with a total commission of 6%, she had already started spending her commission money in her head. That's okay, just don't do it in real life. Next stop will be the mall. The co-brokerage split arrangement was 50-50. Co-brokerage. What's that mean? 50% of the total to who? Is this between she and her BIC, her firm? Or is this between the firms? Yeah, buyer firm, seller firm. Co-brokerage, 50-50. The brokerage split at the firm is 60-40 with 40% going to the firm. The brokerage split at the selling firm, which means the buyer's side, was 70-30 with 30% payable to the agent. How surprised was Betty when she opened her final commission check? Where did Betty go shopping? All right. Well, we can just work from the top down. We know it was a $600,000 sale. Total commission was 6% of that. And so what is 6% of $600,000? There we go. 600,000 times, 6% means a total commission of $36,000 between the two firms. And we need to divide that by 2 to tell us that each firm is getting $18,000. Well, we're only worried about Betty's firm, Betty's side. And what is she? It's her buyer clients. So brokerage split at the selling firm was 70-30 with 30% payable to the agent. So 30% of $18,000 is what's going to Betty. Hope Betty wasn't counting on $18,000 because what she's getting is $5,400. Right? That's pretty simple. They might have given you the $5,400 and asked you for the purchase price. They didn't tell you what the price was, but it gave you everything else. Could we work backwards? If that were the case, get rid of this. If we knew Betty made 30% commission and her portion ended up being $5,400, we would have said, well, $5,400 is 30% of what? And if we take that $5,400 and divide it by 30%, that gives us the $18,000. You replace that word is with the division symbol, it'll go backwards and turn that $5,400 into this $18,000. Now that you know the $18,000 and the question told us that it was a 50% split between firms, we would take that $18,000, multiply it by 2 to get the $36,000 that was right here. And now that we know the total commission in dollars of $36,000, we can say $36,000 is 6% of what? And go 36,000 divided by 6%, and that gives us that price. So that little sentence is useful. Plug it in. 36,000 is 6% of what, and then replace the is with a division symbol. And there's an equation for you to go backwards. It's sort of like what we learned when we did seller net. Remember the seller net problem? Where, let's see, we have room on this page. What if we were on a listing appointment and the seller said, look, I don't care what you sell it for. I just need $90,000 left over after I pay everything. And that includes you. So you just told me that you charge 7% commission. Let's write that one up here. 7% commission. That's fine. I don't care what you charge. I need $90,000 when we're all done. And then you've also determined that they're going to have to pay $5,000 in closing costs, Maybe they're going to have to pay some repairs, maybe $2,000 for necessary repairs in order to have a shot at getting it sold for a decent price. Oh, their loan payoff. Their payoff for their current loan is $330,000. So they've got this many dollars that they need to net from the sale after they've paid your commission. So if you remember, we add up the dollars we can add up first. We can't add up the commission rate because we don't know the dollars of it. We just know the rate of it. So we add up all these dollars, and that was $330 to pay off the loan, plus $2 for repairs, plus $5,000 for closing costs, plus the $90 that they want to end up with. And so what they need to have after they've paid you is $427,000. And so then we make one of those little equation sentences. 427,000 is blank percent of what? And in this case, we need to realize that your portion of the sale price, if this is representing the entire sale price that we don't know that it needs to sell for, your portion is this 7% off the top. The buyer's portion is the rest. I'm sorry, seller. Seller gets to keep the rest. So what is their portion if your part of the 100% is 7? Yeah, their portion is 93%. So 427 is 93% of what? Now we just divide, or place the division symbol for that is, and divide it by the 93%. So it needs to sell for $459,140 in order for them to be able to pay you your 7% off the top of that, leaving them with this $427. Then they can pay these things and end up in their pocket $90,000. So we've used this little equation kind of sentence strategy before. We okay there? Let me do another one. This time, they're paying you 6% commission. This time, they need $150,000 net from the sale. And they're going to have to pay $15,000 in closing costs. They have a payoff of $620,000. And they've got some repairs, and maybe they're going to provide a warranty, and we'll just lump all that in together and call that another $12,000. What does it need to sell for? I'll give you a second for that. that answer in the chat when you're ready. I'll change to private. I'll know when you guys are done. How we doing? Need another minute? What's our first step? Add up the dollars, right? Add these things up. 150 plus 15 plus 620 plus 12 gives us 797 after having paid your commission. So then we plug that into our little homemade formula. Divide 797 divided by, this time, 94%. It needs to sell for $847, $872 ish, right? Anybody have something different? You can send something in the chat to me. It's private, or figure out what you did. Let me know if you need more help with that. We'll talk about it at the break. Let's see, 63 we haven't done. If the borrower has secured a loan, okay. It might have been that you left something in the calculator without clearing it completely out too. Sometimes that'll be a problem. If a borrower has secured a loan to purchase a property and the loan terms are as follows: price $400, down payment $80,000, loan origination, blah, 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 blah. What are they asking for? What is the total amount the buyer will need to bring to closing for origination and discount points? You know, sometimes you could just skip to the last sentence and just read what they're asking you for. And you don't need to know 90% of this stuff they've given us in the top. All they're asking for is the combination of origination fee and discount points. So what do we need to know to calculate those things? Need to know the loan amount, and that is $400,000 as a sale price, and then they put an $80,000 down payment. So that means their loan amount is $320,000. That's our LTV, or our loan amount. And then we know the origination fee is 1% of the loan amount, and the the discount points are 4% of the loan amount because there's 4 of them. And those add up to 5 total percent. So you could just calculate 5% of 320. To get $16,000. You could have also calculated 1%, gotten the dollars of that, and 4% and gotten the dollars of that and added those together. But in this case, when they're asking you for them both together anyway, this works. So our answer, 16,000 should be A. Yep. They gave us a bunch of stuff here. That was pretty mean. But we're pros. We don't care. We did 62, I think. Yep. 61. Closing on an offer to purchase and contract is November 15th. Even though their house was on the market, seller decided to go ahead and pay the property taxes for the year when they became due. So what's the correct entry on the closing disclosure for the taxes? What do we need to do for taxes? We need to know the date. It's November 15th for the date. We also need to know if the seller has paid them or not, and we know that the seller has paid them. So they've paid for the whole year. They're out of pocket for the whole year, but they're not going to be the owner for the whole year. How much is the tax value? We don't need to know it, right? Doesn't matter because they go ahead and tell us what the annual taxes are, $4,800 a year. And that's all we need. Now we can calculate it. So here's what we've got. Closing in November 15th. Seller has paid the whole year. We need to give them back the buyer's portion. So step 1, calculate daily taxes. That gives us $13.33 a day. And I'm going to let you do the rest, and then we'll talk about it in a minute. You just put it in the chat when you've got it. We got our daily taxes. Now we need to best practice again in what, especially one like this, where what we need is the buyer's portion. Again, so easy to accidentally mess up the closing day. So let's just keep step 2 consistent. Figure out the seller's days. They're going to be what? We're closing November. So that's 10 full months all the way up through October. 10 months at 30 days a month. So there's 300 days plus the 15 in November. So that's 315 days to the seller. And we could go ahead and calculate that in dollars. 1333 times 315 days is $4,199 that the seller owes. But they've paid the whole year, so we need to give them back the buyer's portion, which is $4,800 minus the $4,199. Which should be about $601. And so, with that said, we're going to take that $601 and we're going to credit it to the seller and debit it from the buyer. See if that's an answer choice. They rounded to 600. But yeah, 61 should be C. Credit seller 600, debit buyer 600. They won't give you super close answer options on this sort of thing because of rounding. So they won't mess you up because of that. If you would try to do the buyer's days only, since it's so close to the end of the month, you would have just had to remember December is 30 days. November is 30 minus the 15. And that's 45. Does that work? 360 days minus 45 days. Yeah, that works. So 45 days to the buyer. Times that 1333. And there's our 600. Oh, sorry. Wasn't sharing that. This little bit. December is 30 days plus November, 30 days minus 15, day of closing, which is 15. That gave us a total. But again, it's just so easy to lose track of that day of closing. So I would rather you find the seller's days and just subtract the dollars the seller owes from the total for the year to come up with what the buyer owes. That's it for the math on this test, but it's not it for the math. Happy to do more math. But let's do some more of this test, and you tell me what math you might want to do. Go ahead and put that in the chat. Certain problems that you might want to do. I have a feeling one of them might be, what's the loan balance after the first month and the second month? A property owner interested in increasing their equity would likely be happy to learn that all the following would increase equity except what? How does our equity, what are we talking about with equity? What is it? What's equity? What's this thing called equity? It's what we stand to get. It's our part. It's our money that's in the property. So if we get a loan and the property costs $600,000 sale price, That's the value of the property. And you put 10% down payment on that. You're putting $60,000 as a down payment. So your equity is $60,000 on day one, because that's literally money out of your pocket, out of your bank account that's in there. And so that's this part is your equity on day one, 10% of the 600,000, which leaves the amount you're borrowing. The amount you're borrowing is 540. The 600 minus that equity. So this is your equity, and this is your loan amount. So equity is the opposite of loan amount. You add up the equity and your loan amount, and you get the value of the property. So what sorts of things could increase your equity? Well, it could go up if the price goes up. Kind of touched on that last night a little bit. If the price goes from 600,000 to 610, then when it sells for 610, you get that extra 10. Now your equity is that original 10% down plus the 10,000 it increased from 600 to 610. So property appreciation is one way. Appreciation increases your equity. Another way is to decrease this loan amount. And how do we decrease that? We do it every month by paying our mortgage off. Not off, but we're paying that mortgage down a little bit every month. So after 5 years, you've paid this $540 that you owe the lender down to maybe, I don't know, $530, $525, depends on how much you've been paying. So appreciation increases your equity, decreasing your loan amount increases your equity. Again, equity is what you're going to have after you pay off the lender, but it's also before you pay off the commission and any other expenses. And then the other way is capital improvements, improving the property, which makes it worth more. Capital improvements affect the appreciation because it makes the property worth more. So those three are the main ways. And let's take a look at our answer choices. Rising values in the real estate market. Okay, yep, that'll do it. But what they're asking us for in this question is what does not increase equity? Taking out an equity loan to replace the roof of the house does not increase the equity at all. It actually takes away from the equity, because a home equity line of credit means that you now have a debit card that you can swipe, and with every swipe, it adds to how much you owe. So it's really coming off of the equity you've got in it. So it's probably going to be that you maybe have made your way up in progress over the years. Maybe about the 10th year, you're about half and half. So by that time, the property's worth, let's say, $700,000, and you've made your way up to a $350,000 equity position. This is your loan payoff, or this is your loan amount you still owe. But you have $350,000 of your own money. If you were to sell the property for $700,000, you would walk away with $350,000 after you paid your lender, as long as you sold it by yourself and you had no other expenses. But this is $350,000 of equity. Now, what does that mean for what you could borrow? If you got a home equity line of credit at a bank, they would loan you a portion of this equity, probably 80% max. They're probably not going to let you borrow the entire $350,000 of equity. So if it's $350,000, they might let you borrow $280,000. You're not taking that all out at once, though. You're swiping it one swipe at a time. Maybe you buy a car with it. Maybe you go to Disneyland. Maybe you pay for somebody's college. Maybe you pay off your own college debt. Maybe you have it on reserve in case you have medical bills. So that $280,000 in this case would be nice to just have. It can just sit there, be an available line of credit. But every time you swipe, it's adding to what you owe. So now you got to pay back this $350,000 as a loan amount, plus however much of this equity that you have borrowed against from that home equity line of credit, also known as a second mortgage. It's one type of a second mortgage when you get one of these home equity lines of credit. So in light of that, rising values in the real estate market increase your equity. Taking out an equity loan does not increase your equity. It takes away from your equity. So that's the right answer here because we were looking for the exception, but let's keep reading. Additional principal payments on the mortgage. Yeah, that's going to buy your or pay your loan off quicker, and that increases your equity. And then completing capital improvements on the property makes it worth more, which also increases your equity. So the thing that doesn't is adding to your debt, and adding to your debt is a home equity line of credit. Real estate school was excited to learn of an excellent location in an existing area with a lot of real estate brokerage firms. One of the firms offered the school the use of a training room for teaching courses. The firm pointed out there are 2 training rooms, a large one for 40 students, smaller one for 24 students. This was an older building that did not have an elevator but met all other ADA requirements. Could the school hold class at this location and still follow ADA and license law rules? What do we have here? 2 training rooms, a large one on the 2nd floor and a small one on the 1st floor. No elevator. Could they hold classes there? Yes, the school could use the classroom on the 1st floor, but not the one on the 2nd floor. Well, that sounds reasonable. What about B? Yes, the school could use both if they advised students prior to payment that the 2nd was only accessible via stairs. Well, we're not making things as easy on the disabled as it is on non-disabled, so sketchy. No, both classrooms would need to be fully accessible. Well, I think the 1st floor one is probably not a problem, at least, so C sounds like no, like not a good answer. Yes, schools and offices in real estate are exempt from ADA. Well, that's not true. All public accessible spaces are complying with ADA. Best choice is A. They can't use that 40 student room because it's on the 2nd floor, but they can use the 24 one. When asked about the demographic makeup of a neighborhood, the broker was unsure how to answer. Which of the following would be the best response to a question about demographics? I cannot answer that question. Public records are available online if you want to do your own research. Well, that's pretty safe. I am not sure. Come around dinner time or the weekend and you'll see who lives here. I've heard that a million times. In every CE class, when this type of topic comes up, somebody says in the chat, like they're really proud of being coming up with some solution. This is not it, though. This is not the way to do it. Don't tell them to come back and see the people that are there. That's not any better. You need to just stay out of it. You basically, A is the best answer. Can't answer that question. That's a fair housing related question, and I can't give advice as to that. I can give you real estate advice. If you want to figure out who lives where, you're going to need to do whatever you choose to do to determine that, if that matters to you. But my advice to you is not based on the people who live in a place. It's based on the value of the property that is available for you to buy. Should not answer that question, but there's an elementary school across the street that should give you some idea about the makeup. Well, that's no better than than B. I feel that I can trust you not to repeat this. Well, we probably should stop reading, right? Huge cathedral down the street, so I'd guess a lot of members of that organization. Same thing. You're giving them hints based on people. When you're advertising property or talking about real estate, talk about the property. Leave the people that might want to use it out of it. Yeah, that'd be perfect timing. Somebody asked about 57, and look, here it is. All the following were added. Oh, wait. Okay. If you don't mind, India, would you put that on send that to my other login, not the other Neil. I apologize because I have that one on a small screen. I can't really see it. Let me rename just so that it doesn't look like it's me. It is still me, but it's a tiny screen. I just have it as a placeholder. All the following were added for protection under Equal Credit Opportunity Act, except what? So we learned about the fair housing categories that cannot be discriminated against. Fresh corn or Fred's corn. And what were those? Tell me those first, and then we'll talk about the additional 3 for the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. What's Fred's corn? That's coming to the same one. I need it to go to the... See if I can do a different thing here. There we go. Let's finish this up, and then I'll be right with you on that. India. Familial status for sure. Race. The E and the O in Fred's corn stands for equal opportunity. Equal opportunity. It just helps make the thing fit. So, but that's not a bad guess at all. But familial status, race, religion is the other R. Disability, yeah. Corn is color, religion or race, nationality. And that's it. Yeah, national origin. So that's that one. Then we've got Equal Credit Opportunity Act. That's age, marital status, and government assistance. So marital status, elderly or age, yeah, Social Security recipient. So gender identity is not protected under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. It would fall under sex. That's the one we missed on Fred's corn. It would fall under sex category under Fred's corn. So it would not be a part of Equal Opportunity Act. Okay, let me take a look down here. Okay, a couple points here. Talking about, let's take a break from this. Test a second. A general lien prevents the lender from seizing real property. Let's think about what that means. A general lien prevents the lender from seizing real property. We talked about lien priority and how the special assessments is the automatic number 2 position. Property tax is number 1, or another word for that is ad valorem taxes. And then after that 1 and 2 are all of the liens specific to the property, specific liens. Specific liens include things like the mortgage. So that's the lender. And so let's see, a general lien prevents the lender from seizing real property. The lender lien doesn't fit into the general lien category. The general liens are even under or subordinate to the specific liens, which include lenders. So I'm trying to think of how best to say it. General lien. So no, a lender or lien would be a specific lien which would come first before a general lien. So the general liens would not get paid until the ones that are specific to the property are paid. So therefore, no, a general lien would not prevent the lender from seizing the real property, because the lender would have a shot at getting their lien satisfied before any of the general liens would. Just a simple little graphic here. We've got taxes first. We've got special assessments second. Then we've got all of the potential specific liens, which include the loan, among others. And then we have the general liens. So a general lien is only going to get paid after the lender's lien does. So the general lien would not be able to prevent the lender from seizing the property. The lender has first dibs over all of the general liens. These G's. We'll talk about buyer and seller responsibilities in a second. Let me take a look at here we go. Let me go ahead and give you a break, and then I'll take a look at these problems, and I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Now imagine a couple years later you get married to him and have a couple kids with him. And he ends up making a TikTok and has 100,000 followers because of his fingerboarding. And you've never been happier. Now imagine a couple years later you get married to him and have a couple kids with him. And he ends up making a TikTok.
We hit on at the gym. We don't want to be
Okay, let's come on back in together. Had a question about a problem like this. Here's the problem. Purchase price, $300,000. Down payment, $100,000. And the buyer is going to pay 3 discount points. How much will those discount points cost? That's the problem. So if they're putting $100,000 down payment, what does that mean for the loan amount? How much is the loan amount going to be? Yeah. 300,000 minus 100 means we're borrowing 200,000. There we go. So loan amount is what we need when we're calculating discount points. So how much does a 1 discount point cost? One point costs 1% of the loan amount. So 3 points are going to be 3% of the loan amount. So 3% of 200,000. Or $6,000. So it's about that loan amount. If they give you a down payment and a sale price, you have to just remember, the down payment is what the buyer's putting down, and that leaves us with the loan amount. That's how we get the loan amount. Purchase price or sale price minus the down payment amount gives us the loan amount of $200,000. And it's the loan amount that the discount points are based on. Is that good? Did I get all of yours? I think I did so far. India, I think we good on that. Let me know. Otherwise, you're welcome. So I had another one, exclusive right. Oh, wait, let me double check something real quick. Buyer seller responsibilities concerning the standard form 2T. If you had a specific thing about that, let me know, but I'll certainly go over those generic responsibilities. Standard form 2T being the basic offer to purchase and contract. So that came in a little earlier, so I'll get back to that one for you, Tony, in just a second. Buyer and seller responsibilities according to the standard offer to purchase and contract. Well, the buyer is promising to pay the sale price, but they can cancel for any or no reason anytime. They can give a negotiable amount of money called a due diligence fee, and another one called an earnest money deposit, but those are completely negotiable between the parties. So their main responsibility is to decide if they want to buy it or not, right? And if they decide that they don't want to buy it while they're still in this due diligence period, then they decide to walk away, they're going to lose the due diligence money, but they're going to get the earnest money back. But if it's here when they decide after the due diligence period, they've already lost the due diligence fee, they're also going to lose the earnest money. Let's see, buyer. Are you talking about maybe the closing costs they're responsible for as well? What are the closing costs that the buyer has to pay? Let's talk about that. Buyer and seller closing costs. What about the sale price? Who pays sale price? That's a buyer, of course. who pays excise tax? That's a seller expense. Who pays for deed preparation? That's another seller expense. Who pays for deed recording? That'd be a buyer expense because it's them who cares the most. They're going to be the new owner, so they want to make sure everybody knows that they're the new owner. So recording the deed is the buyer's expense. Preparing the deed is the seller's expense. Taxes are going to depend on when in the year, right? One of those 3 times of year related to September 1st that it might close. So that's going to depend. What about discount points? That's negotiable. It could be the buyer. The seller might offer to pay him too. It could be either one. What about origination fee? I guess it's officially negotiable too, but typically the buyer pays that. The discount points are more likely to be could be either one. The origination fee tends to be buyer expense, but it's not required. What about the real estate commission? That's a seller thing. Seller's paying that typically. What about setting up the escrows? Paying for setting up the escrow amounts for insurance and taxes, and maybe mortgage insurance. Who's paying for that? It's buyer, because it's about their loan. Their lender requires it, and the lender wants it. They've got to pay it. Speaking of that, what about title insurance? Who's paying for title insurance? That's another buyer one. We've got the excise, deed prep, and commission. Those are the main ones the seller's paying. Let me just be clear, we're talking about expenses here. What about the final loan payoff? Final, that means the loan that the seller has had. It's getting paid off at closing. So that's going to be seller, of course. Attorney fee. Might see something labeled attorney fee. The portion of attorney fee that the seller typically pays has already been talked about. That's the deed prep. But the bulk of the attorney fees are paid by the buyer. And it might be $600, $700, $800, $1,000, maybe $1,200, $1,500. Depends on the city, the size of the firm. If it's a fancy firm in a big city, it's going to be probably into the $1,200 range. It also depends on how many loans the buyer's using. So that attorney has 2 loan packages to sort through. What about due diligence fee? At closing, on the closing statement, how do we attribute due diligence fee? Well, we know that's a credit to the buyer, so it's not an expense to the buyer. But it is an expense to the seller. We do list the due diligence fee as a seller debit. So yeah, that's a seller expense to balance it with the buyer's credit. Otherwise, we'd have given it to the seller twice. We already gave it to him back when we had the offer turn into a contract. So that due diligence fee counts as a credit, an expense or a debit to the seller. What about earnest money? Now I'm getting to be a little tricky. Earnest money also counts as a credit to the buyer, and it counts as nothing to the seller. So it's not an expense to anybody on the closing statement. Oh, interim interest. How do we count interim interest? Who pays that? Whose expense is interim interest? That's a buyer expense. They've got to pay that to their lender for living in the property the remaining days in the month of closing. That's about it. We'll do a big problem of what the buyer needs to bring, what the seller's going to get. We'll do one of those later. Okay, had a question in the chat. Exclusive right to sell and agency and those sorts of terms and tips for remembering them. So we're talking about the types of listing agreements, right? Listing agreements between the seller and the broker or the firm. And so one of them we talked about was an open agreement, an open listing. Here's how you remember this stuff. Key in on this question. When does the broker get paid? If it's an open listing, let me do it this way. Can the broker get paid, and if so, when? So we had exclusive agency and we had exclusive right to sell listing agreements. With an open listing, the broker who brings the buyer gets paid, but none of the other brokers do, because that's the one where you could list with many brokers at once. We don't do that here. So it's multiple brokers, and the one who brings the buyer gets paid. What if the seller gets paid? I'm sorry. What if the seller brings the buyer? If the seller brings the buyer, then no brokers get paid. So that's an important one. Exclusive agency says that the listing agent or the listing firm could bring the buyer, and in that case, yes, they're going to get paid. Or it could be a cooperating firm, cooperating broker. Then yes, they get paid. But if the owner or the seller brings the buyer, then this happens again. No brokers get paid. Exclusive agency means the seller could end up not having to pay broker commission because they're the ones who bring the buyer by themselves. Exclusive right is our favorite as brokers. Broker's favorite. Because there's no way where the seller doesn't have to pay them. Even if the seller brings the buyer, the brokers still get paid. Exclusive right. I don't know. I'm trying to think of some memory aid besides just silly little alphabetical order sorts of things. Open listing is pretty easy, but exclusive right compared to exclusive agency. Exclusive right. Maybe the listing broker has the exclusive right to be the agent who gets paid. If a cooperating firm brings the buyer, the listing agents or for listing firms still going to get paid. They're going to share it with that cooperating firm, right? The owner, if the owner knows somebody that there's no way the listing firm would have ever come across in an exclusive right to sell listing agreement, they still have to pay that broker which is more fair because the broker has, no matter what, already put in a lot of money and time. Listing duties, listing activities are a very front-loaded type of the side of the business. You got to take pictures, pay for measuring and aerial photos maybe, if that's part of it, and run the ads. And all that happens in the very beginning. So all of these other methods, these other two, we don't really do around here. I can't even think of exclusive agency happening. We definitely don't do open listing. I've heard that's what they do in England, but we don't do that here. You don't see listings with 14 different signs in the yard from multiple brokers. So exclusive agency versus right. One of them allows the seller to not have to pay the commission and one doesn't. Exclusive agency allows the seller to bring a buyer without paying the listing firm. I don't know if that helps. Lenders and underwriters of mortgage loans use all of the following to determine eligibility to secure financing, except what? How do lenders go about determining if you're qualified for a loan? Well, we've talked about all these things, debt to income ratios. When we talked about that, that was that thing about two qualifying ratios for a conventional loan. The front end ratio of 28% and the back end ratio of 36%. When you're calculating what your new monthly principal, interest, tax, and insurance payment is going to be for that new mortgage, it's got to be less than or equal to 28% of the gross income per month, gross monthly. And if it's over that, they don't qualify for this loan. What are they going to need to do? Either go to a place that has cheaper taxes, hope they can get a lower insurance bill, or maybe pick a smaller house that allows a lower monthly principal and interest payment. Adjusting any of these things can get it below this 28%. But many times people are kind of falling in love. They've fallen in love with a certain price point, certain house at a certain price, and they're really trying to squeeze in. You also have to fit in this PITI plus your recurring debt, like credit cards, student loans, car payment, things that happen every month, not utilities, but other kinds of recurring monthly debt. And that has to add up to no more than 36% of your gross monthly income. So in order to qualify for this loan, you'd have to pass both of these tests. Does your PITI exceed 28% of your gross monthly? No? Okay, you're good there. You qualify on the front end ratio. Does your PITI plus all of those recurring debts exceed 36% of your gross monthly? No? Okay, then you qualify. So the other question is, did you fail one of these tests? Maybe it's this one that didn't go so great. The PITI is okay. That's within 28%. But when you add the credit cards, student loans, car payments, then you're exceeding 36. So then you start thinking, do I need that car? Could I use the old one? I still have it. It's just ugly. Let's get rid of that new car. Okay, now we've freed up a couple $100 a month maybe. And maybe now that gets us under the 36%. Maybe we could pay off the student loans. Maybe we're close to the end of that. Maybe we could pay off some credit cards and not have that monthly debt anymore. So debt to income ratio. What else does the lender look at? Lender looks at credit and FICO scores. They do want to see your credit report. They also look at your liquid assets. They want to know your bank statements, want to see them. What do you have available for a down payment? Prove it. Let's see it in the bank. What a lender cannot use to qualify a borrower or deny a borrower, might be a better way to say it, is how they're married or if they're married. Marital status, because that's under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. It's not allowed to be used in determining that a borrower cannot borrow. Marital status, age, and government assistance, not allowed to be factors in denying a loan. So C. Sorry. Yeah, D. D is the best answer here, meaning that's the exception to what lenders can use for qualifying. Regulation Z requires what? Display of fair housing logo in all advertisements. Or is it disclosure of all officers and members of a lender and brokerage LLC? Or is it disclosure of all loan terms by the lender and agent if co-marketing? Or disclosure of all material facts by a lender and agent if co-marketing? Okay, so we've got some things in here that are things that must be disclosed, but that doesn't mean Regulation Z is what requires that particular disclosure. It might be something else that requires those things. Yes, you should display the fair housing logo, but not because of Regulation Z. It's because of the federal fair housing rules, right? So A, while true in and of itself, is not true for this question. It's not part of RESPA. RESPA doesn't require that. Something else requires that. And then disclosure of material facts. Yes, by a broker, you have to disclose all material facts, but it's not Regulation Z that enforces or says this. It's license law that says this. So what does Regulation Z do? Requires any loan terms to be shared. If you choose to market, it goes back to that. It's a great way to advertise, to say that this house for sale, you could be in this house for $930 a month. What is that called when you've advertised that particular type of term? What kind of term is that? What do we call that type of term? It's a T word. That's what type of term? Disclosing the payment on the property, or advertising the payment, I should say. You could own this house for $630 a month. If you advertise the payment, that triggers the requirement under Regulation Z to advertise how that payment is possible. All the terms around the payment, like the interest rate, the loan amount, the number of payments, all of those affect how much the payment is. And so any of those items are called trigger terms. So can you advertise with trigger terms? Yes. But if you do, you've got to also include those other ones, those other 3 or 4 terms, so that the consumer knows how this $930 payment is possible. That would be for a conventional loan at 6% interest rate with 2 discount points. You can't just make it look good without supporting facts. So C in this case, Regulation Z requires disclosure of all loan terms. If a buyer and seller are using an installment land contract or contract for deed, all of the following would be true except what? We're looking for the exception. And this is something called, what's another term for an installment land contract? What's another way to refer to it? Installment land contract, contract for deed. It's a special kind of financing. Are we using the bank to finance this deal if it's a installment land contract? In an installment land contract, that's seller financing. That means the seller is going to be the bank. The seller owns it all free and clear. The buyer comes along, says, you know what, I can't get qualified at a normal bank, and the seller's like, well, okay, I'll trust you. I'll be the bank. Instead of paying me $500,000 at closing, you can pay me over 30 years, $800 a month at 6% interest. So you're determining what the interest rate's going to be that buyer's going to have to pay to that seller, and the seller's agreeing to take it in pieces, in installments over the term. So a contract for deed or an installment land contract, immediately you think, oh, the seller's financing it. And when that's the case in real life, by the way, if somebody comes up with this brilliant idea, there is no standard form for it. We can't just pull out a standard form where we pull out the standard offer to purchase because it's special. It's very unique. It involves not only the selling from the seller to the buyer, it also includes loan terms. It's a financing document as well as a contract. So we're out of our depth. We can't deal with that as a broker. We can handle the real estate, but we need to get an attorney to draw up a contract for an installment land contract. It needs to be custom made because it involves a promissory note along with the contract itself. So what's true about an installment land contract? We're looking for the thing that's not true. So the thing that is true is A, borrower does get equitable title and the seller has legal title. The borrower gets to use it and do things that normal owners do. They get equitable title. The seller keeps the legal title until they are paid in full with an installment land contract. So A is indeed what's going on. So it's not the answer to this question. B is the answer to this question because it's not true that the borrower will get the legal title after making only the first payment. Which payment do you think the borrower has to pay in order to finally get the legal title? For that borrower to get the legal title, they got to make all of them. So the last one is when they're going to get that legal title. You bet. It is therefore true in an installment land contract that the borrower will lose all equity with no right of redemption if they default. So an installment land contract is a bad deal. It's not great for a buyer. They can stand to lose quite a bit. At least with the traditional financing, they have an amount of time that they could fix it. If they go into foreclosure, there's a right of redemption. They could somehow scrape up the money to pay what they owe and the penalties, but there is no such thing with an installment land contract. They lose all their equity, no right of redemption if they default. And they also will get legal title after that final payment is made. You could probably answer this with logic if you were to just read down through these answers, even if A and C completely made no sense. You might think, well, okay, installment land contract, seller financing. Of course, the borrower's not going to get everything concerning this property until they've paid in full. So that might help you realize that B is nonsense and D is actually part of it. So therefore, in this case, the exception 53 answer is B. A lender using a deed of trust would not be able to do what? Lender using a deed of trust would not be able to change the terms of a promissory note with adequate notice. These get a little deep. What's the purpose of a deed of trust? What is a deed of trust document accomplishing? Yeah, it's pledging the property as collateral, right? So if the borrower doesn't pay the mortgage and they have to foreclose, it's what says that the lender gets to take the property. So that deed of trust is not the deed. It's different than the deed itself. There's the deed and there's a deed of trust. The deed is the thing that is the title to the property, and that's what the grantor or the seller is signing over to the buyer or the grantee. Then the deed of trust is what the buyer is going to get from the lender. They're going to sign two things from the lender: a promissory note and a deed of trust. The promissory note looks like this. The promissory note spells out the loan itself. It says what the rate is. It says the number of payments. It says the loan amount. And the number of payments is the time. It's basically like 30 years, which means 360 payments, which is sort of the same thing. So it spells out what you're borrowing and what you're expected to pay back. The deed of trust is the thing that says the house is going to the lender. It's the collateral. Pledges the house as collateral. If you don't stay, you don't pay. Sorry, you don't pay, you don't stay. If you don't pay, don't stay. So those are two different documents. When you get a home loan, it involves both of these things. If we need to acknowledge, if you're married, you and your spouse needs to acknowledge that you understand that you could lose the property in foreclosure. Therefore, what if it's only one of you that has decent credit? That happens a lot. One person's credit's great, one person's credit's not so great. So if there's only one of you that's going to be on the promissory note, because that's about the loan terms, you're going to have that person sign just the promissory note. One spouse signs it, but still both spouses have to sign this one. Both of them have to sign the deed of trust, acknowledging that they understand it can go away because they both have an ownership interest in it, regardless of the fact that only one of them is going to be making the payment and only one of them actually qualifies to get the loan. They both need to sign and acknowledge and give the lender permission to take it in case of default. So how many signatures go on a deed of trust? Both when they're married. In a case of a marriage, when people are buying. How many signatures if only one of those spouses can qualify for the loan? Only one signs the promissory note. I just say that to help you maybe differentiate between these two things. And then once you sign both of these things, the closing happens and the deed has been prepared by the attorney, and then the seller or the grantor signs the deed over to you. Gives it to the buyer, also known as the grantee. So you've got these three documents, among many others, but these three main ones. There's also an offer to purchase, and that was important because that's what the attorney used to write the deed from. They got the information from the offer to purchase and contract, and that informed the deed. So all these things are going on in a purchase, all these documents, all these particular legal documents. So let's go back. A lender using a deed of trust would not be able to change the terms of the promissory note with adequate notice. So again, deed of trust is not the same document as a promissory note. Let's look at the other ones. A lender using a deed of trust would not be able to foreclose on the grantor in the event of default. Well, yeah, that's the whole point of a deed of trust. It lets the lender have permission to foreclose on the grantor. Wait, sorry. No, that would be the grantee. Take possession of the collateral property in the event of default. Request that the trustee proceed with foreclosure proceedings. I'm going to have to set this one aside and double check it when I have more time because now I'm mixing up A and B here. I don't want to confuse you. But a lender using a deed of trust, the purpose of the deed of trust is to pledge the property as collateral. Just take that for what it's worth. Let's forget this question for now. I'm gonna take a closer look and talk to somebody about it. I didn't make that one up. Promissory note does all of the following except what? Promissory note does give evidence of the debt. That's the document that says, here's what you owe and how you're going to have to pay it back. It serves as the personal promise to repay the loan. It's a promissory note, so it's a promise. So that's true. It contains the signature of the borrower, but not the lender. It's the borrower who's promising to repay the note. So the one that it does not do is create a lien against the property. Which document does create a lien against the property, if not the promissory note? Out of those four that we just talked about, promissory note, deed of trust, deed, or offer to purchase, which one creates a lien against the property? I see you. One of you got it. Keep going. Who else? Yeah, there we go. It's that deed of trust. That's what puts a lien on the property. That's placing a lien on the property so that that property gets to be foreclosed on. In a contract for deed, conveyance of property, seller financing, the grantor holds which of the following until final payment is made? Grantor being the seller. Grantor holds which one until the final payment is made? In a deed of trust, the seller holds the deed and legal title. The deed and legal title. And so once all the payments are made, they'll give that to the buyer, and now the buyer owns it. They don't own equitable title. That's what the buyer gets. The deed of trust doesn't apply. Equitable title is held by the grantee, and legal title is held by the grantor. The federal, that last one, this one, right answer is A. Grantor holds which of the following? Deed and legal title, A. Federal agency most likely to impact interest rates is which one? Which one impacts interest rates? Department of HUD, Housing and Urban Development. We talked about HUD when we were dealing with the ADA. That was one thing where we talked about it. Americans with Disabilities Act is enforced, falls under HUD. And also fair housing violations. You report to HUD if you need to turn someone in. Federal Association of Mortgage Lenders, that's a real thing, but that's not something that deals in interest rates. Federal Reserve or Department of the Treasury? Department of the Treasury is about the currency. Federal Reserve is that large, private actually, not federal, but the large group that has 12 banks across the country. And Federal Reserve loans money to your bank so that your money can loan money to you. Your bank can loan money to you. Federal Reserve loans money to your bank at a lower rate. Your bank increases it a little bit and charges you a little bit bigger rate to loan that money to you. It also helps regulate and keep the economy in check. So in the decisions made by the Federal Reserve, the interest rates are affected. They might raise or lower rates so as to help drive the economy, cause buyers to want to buy or not want to buy. They would keep a buyer from wanting to buy a house by raising the interest rates or affecting it so that the mortgage rates went up. Federal Reserve for that one. Lender would require which of the following to protect their interests in the event of default on a non-government backed loan? Well, this is a non-government backed loan. What are we talking about? If the lender, which one of these things has to do with the lender getting protection? You can narrow this down to two potential answer choices if you just kind of know your stuff here. It's not title insurance, good job, and it's not USDA. So A and B, one or the other. They are both forms of what? Mortgage insurance. And that's protecting the lender in case of default. So one of these types of mortgage insurance is mortgage insurance premium. The other one is called private mortgage insurance. So if it's a non-government backed loan, that's a private loan. Therefore, which one is what the lender would require for a non-government loan? PMI. B. Good job. Private mortgage insurance. That's what you get when it's a conventional loan. MIP is what you get when it's a FHA loan. The type of loan that would have a guarantee to the lender for repayment would be what? One of these types of loans, conventional FHA, VA, one of them is guaranteed by the government. The other is insured by the government. The one that's guaranteed by the government, good job, is a VA loan. VA loan. Conventional ones are not guaranteed by the government. So the word guarantee you're going to associate with VA loans. If it had said the type of loan which would have which would be insured by the government would be what? Then it would be FHA. So the word insured, think FHA. The word guaranteed, think VA. Conventional loan does not have an insurance or a guarantee from the government. They do have insurance in the form of PMI, right? You'd have to get a PMI policy when the LTV is above 80/20, meaning your loan amount is higher than 80%, meaning you've put less than 20% down. A borrower wishes to finance the purchase of a property with 90% LTV. The amount the lender will use to determine the 90% LTV is what? Let's take a second and let you guys tell me that answer. Let me change it so you don't ruin it for each other here. There we go. Put that in the chat so I'll know you're done with that one. Good job. The lender is going to loan you that money, 90% of loan to value ratio, typically on the sale price. But if it doesn't appraise for the sale price, the lender's going to say, well, we're not loaning you on an amount that it's not worth. We're going to loan it to you on the amount it is worth. You might be willing to pay $300,000, but if the appraiser says it's only worth $290,000, then we're going to loan you based on the $290,000. So you got it. B, the lower of whichever purchase price or appraised value. When comparing a partially amortized loan and a fully amortized loan, a borrower might choose the fully amortized loan because it would result in what? Amortization. That's the death of a loan, right? Over time, it's going to go away completely. And so if it's fully amortized, then at the end of the full loan term, say 30 years, 360 payments, it's going to be consistent, even payments the whole way through. The first payment's going to be the same as the last payment. And when you're done with that last payment, you're done with the loan. A partially amortized loan means you're making payments as if it were a 30-year loan, but maybe it's only a 20. So you get to spread the payments out longer, but you're going to have to pay it off in 20 years. That means that you're going to have 30-year type payments for all of them except the very last one. And then on that last payment, you're going to have a big one called a balloon payment. So if they want the fully amortized loan, it's going to be because they would rather have consistent payments with a known payoff date. No nasty big fat payment at the end. Any sort of a different amount at the end. Lower monthly payments and a higher balloon payment at the end would be what you get with a partially amortized loan. B is nonsense. That's not a thing. D, monthly payments that will lower when interest rates go down. That would be something called an adjustable rate mortgage. Depending on certain published indices, the payment might go up or down from year to year. But that's not really even what D accomplishes either, so that's kind of nonsense too. So the best answer is C, 45C. Let's take a break. I'll see you in 10. here we go. In legal terms, the mortgagor is also known as what? What's that mortgagor called? That's the one that sounds kind of weird, right? We think, mortgagor must be the lender, but it's not. Mortgagor is the borrower. Mortgagor is the borrower because they're the ones who are pledging the property, saying, yep, I'll give up this house as collateral for the loan. Therefore, they're giving the mortgage, giving the promise to provide the property as collateral. The provision in the acceleration clause that requires a borrower to maintain the property at market value states that the borrower must do what? What is this acceleration clause about? It accelerates what? Acceleration clause, which is part of the part of the deed of trust and the promissory note, accelerates the mortgage. You got to pay off the entire loan balance if you default, right? If you fall behind, which lets them go ahead and start the foreclosure if they want to. They may not want to, but A is not the right answer for this question because they're asking specifically the provision in the acceleration clause that requires a borrower to maintain the property. That's another part of it. It says, look, this is our collateral. It's not just your property, but it's collateral you've pledged. Therefore, you better keep it valuable. You better not do anything to decrease its value. So requires the borrower to maintain the property at market value. You can't sell off half of it. You can't sell off half of it. You can't tear the house down. Maybe you say, well, I don't like that house anyway. I'm going to go rent something else. And you tear it down and want to build a tiny house back. You can't do that because you borrowed against this house as it sits on this property. It is not yet yours to do that with. You can't cut all the trees off the land. Say it's an acre or 2 acres of tree property. You can't just chop them all down either. So you can't remove an improvement to the property without the consent of the lender. 43 would be C. I ran into this when I was someone offered to buy one of my 6 acres, a developer who was going to do something behind our property. And they wanted to buy one of our 6. Well, at the time I had a mortgage on the property and I had to get permission from my lender to allow me to sell one of those 6 acres because it was my property, my house, plus the 6 acres that's collateral for the loan. Therefore, the lender would have had something to say if I had tried to sell just 1 acre. I would have given up part of their collateral, which would have been, so many dollars worth of value that they would have been lost from. Oh, while we're talking about it, let's talk about this some more. Acceleration clause says, again, if you fall behind on your payment, the lender can call the entire amount due. That's pretty much the definition of foreclosure. But there are some other clauses that are in the promissory note, in the deed of trust as well. There's one called an alienation clause. What does that alienation clause say? We've got the acceleration clause. It says if you miss a payment, they can foreclose. We've got the alienation clause, which says if you sell the property or give it away, then you got to pay off the full loan. So if we were to attribute smiley faces, we would put a happy face next to alienation clause because you're choosing to sell or choosing to give. It's like it's voluntary, a voluntary decision. We would put a frowny face next to acceleration because you didn't really want to miss that payment, but it happened. And so now you're at the risk of losing the property. So an acceleration clause is sort of a negative. An alienation clause is sort of a positive, right? Because it's your choice. And it's not that you're losing it to foreclosure, it's that you have to pay it off. So when you sell the property, the lender's going to say, well, okay, you owe us $250. You're selling it for $300. Then you're not going to get $300 in your pocket when all is said and done at closing. You're going to get $50, right? The difference in those two amounts. And then, of course, subtract out various closing costs and commissions and stuff. But still, as far as the lender's concerned, you don't get to just put $300 in your pocket and just go off and still make a $1,100 payment a month to them for the next 27 remaining years, right? They want to make sure that doesn't happen. That's why the alienation clause is there. If you could, that'd be a great deal because you could just not have to give them any collateral. Their collateral would have been sold to someone else if it weren't for this. And you still get to make a monthly payment. So yeah, that's not going to work. Another one that might apply, these two almost always apply. That's like 100% just about. Can't even think of a time when you wouldn't have those types of clauses in your deed of trust. But a prepayment penalty could also be a provision, but that's not going to be allowed if it's a VA loan or an FHA loan. Not allowed, or certain price point of a owner-occupied loan in North Carolina. So that's an optional possibility. You'll see prepayment penalty more when you refinance than when it's an original loan. Typical clauses you might see in a deed of trust promissory note situation. The owner who builds an addition to their home without obtaining a survey or building permit may very well discover that they have a what? They built an addition without getting a survey or building permit. Survey or building permit. What worst case nightmare scenario could that create? Building an addition, bumping out the back, could end up being an encroachment. You could go over the property line, right? Wouldn't create an easement, wouldn't create a spot zoning or legal those are two zoning things. A and B are zoning related. And so your addition wouldn't affect those, but it could affect your proximity to the property line. If you're over it, it's an encroachment. That's what the purpose of the survey is, so you'll know where not to build. Minimum established requirements for building materials and construction are determined by what? How do we know what's the very minimum quality or type or size or maybe R value to use in construction? Property is built according to local building codes. There's state building codes, there's local building codes. The stricter one always wins. And so it's determined by building codes. A townhome community, the common elements are owned by who? In a townhome community, we learned about condos and we learned about townhomes, among others. The big difference as to what the common areas, how they are handled, who owns the common areas in a townhome. It's the HOA in a townhome, right? Who is it in a condo? Who owns the common areas in a condo situation? Yeah, the owners of all the condos as tenants in common. Big difference. Common areas are owned by the HOA, and townhomes as owned by the owners as tenants in common when it's a condominium. Other differences. What's the other differences between condos and townhomes? What do you actually own in a condo? Condominium. What do you own in a condominium? We're in the national part of the exam. Condominium, you own airspace. Think about a condominium like an apartment, like a New York City apartment. You go up the elevator, you go down the hall, you go in there. You don't own the roof. You own that airspace. You could also call it painted surface to painted surface. The townhouse includes the land beneath. And what you'll learn more about in 303 is how you can't really tell the difference sometimes. They look pretty darn similar. And it could look exactly like a townhome, but the developer has chosen to treat it like a condo. And what you actually own is the airspace. You don't own that land, even though it's there. Even though you've got a courtyard in the back. If you don't legally have ownership, they just let you use it. They treat it like a condo. You don't need to get too deep into that for our class, but no, these are the basic differences. And let's see. Let's expand on it. We also talked about co-ops. A co-op. What do you own when it's a co-op? How do you own a cooperative? You got it. You own a share of stock in the corporation that owns the building. And then that combined with a proprietary lease. That's a co-op. And then the other one was the timeshare, which I think we talked about last night. And that's not a fee simple ownership. That's a time ownership. You own it, the right to use it 5 times over at least 5 years. You have 5 days to get your money back. The deposit must be held by the developer for 10 days. And then the developer could be fined $500 fine per violation. So that was the 4 hybrid types of ownership that we learned about. Lien priority, as established by recording, would give priority to which of the following liens? Let me change this. Okay, we're still private. Tell me in the chat, what order of lien priority would these be? Or which one would be the most, the top priority? Property tax is always number 1. What's always number 2? If it applies. So B is the right answer for 39. But let's keep going. What's always number 2? are special assessments by the government if they apply, right? If there are any. They might not have put any on you. They might not have put a street light out front and charged you a special assessment and you didn't pay it, so they put a lien on your property for it. Out of this list, let's put these four in order. We've got property tax as number one. What about the other three? What order would we put these in? So one question is, anytime they're talking about lien priority, we think, okay, tax first, special assessment second. Then we need to go through and identify these items by these two major buckets, specific liens versus general liens. So what's a mortgage? Is that a specific lien to the property or general? That's specific. I saw lips moving. First mortgage specific to that property. The C, IRS tax liens, that is not specific to your real estate. That's specific to you, the person. So it travels with you, right? They might put a lien on your property, sure. But let's say that you sell the property and the lien is not enough money from the sale to pay off that lien. You're not done. It's still going to travel with you, right? You're going to always owe that IRS lien because you're the person who owes it. So that's a general one. That's paid after A and B. What about D, the HOA dues? Are they specific or general? They're specific to the property also. So in order here, it'd be B, A, D, and B would be first, taxes, then mortgage or HOA, depending on who recorded first, whichever one recorded first, and then property tax. Then IRS. Then IRS last. We always are conditioned to think they get paid first, but a couple of you answered properly. You had them last, even though we're tempted. They own, they're like scary. So we think we have to pay them before all else. One of the advantages of a limited partnership is what? Limited partnership. All partners have equal voice and liability, or partners' loss is limited to their investment. Oh, well, if I didn't know anything about this topic, I would be tempted to say that because the word limited is there. That makes sense. That's actually the right answer. Partnership requires a minimum investment and not day-to-day responsibilities. Partners cannot lose more than their investment and have no responsibility for day-to-day activities or management. So 38, best answer is B. Partners' loss is limited to their investment. That's a limited partnership. You might have heard of it called a limited liability partnership, an LLP, as opposed to an LLC, limited liability company. Two primary we talked about these eviction ones. We realized that it was C, actual and constructive. And we did the lease one already. A leasehold estate which has an indefinite duration is known as what? Which type of leasehold estate has an indefinite duration? Meaning we haven't spelled it out. We haven't given an expiration. That's kind of open-ended. It's more informal, more casual. It's more friendly. Landlord's like, just be there. Keep paying me. As long as it works for both of us, it works. No end date. So an estate at will. Good job. Freehold estate is actually nothing to do with leasehold estate. That's ownership, not renting. Estate for years versus year to years, that has expiration dates involved. Estate at will, indefinite. A tenant holds a 3-year lease to a property. During the second year of the lease, the landlord dies, and the property is inherited by the property owner's children. The children want to sell the property immediately upon probate of the will. What happens to this tenant's lease? Will the lease terminate upon the sale of the property? Will the lease terminate upon the death of the owner? The lease will not be affected by the owner's death or the terms of the owner's will, or the lease will be renegotiated by the heirs and the new owner. When you're a tenant, you have some protections, don't you? You can't just be forced to move out if it's a new owner. So C would be the best answer here. Notice they said 3-year lease. That was a reason. That was a strategic reason. What if it was a 4-year lease or a 3.5-year lease or a 3-year and 1 day lease? Then what could happen to that tenant's lease upon a new owner? Let's just say if that lease were not recorded. If the lease is not recorded for longer than 3-year lease term, then that tenant is not protected. They could get the boot. Remember that little nuance. The 3 years and less, there's protection built in. You can't just boot them out. Which of the yeah. Say again. Let's see if it would apply here. Let's see. I'd probably go more with sale, because the death would just make it that the estate is the owner. And so I would think the sale would be more of a reason that would kick out the tenant than anything. Good question. Which of the following statements about condominium ownership is false? Units are owned and financed individually. Well, that's true. Each one of them has chosen to buy it. Each one of them has chosen to either pay cash or finance individually. Common elements are owned by all the owners as tenants in common. That is also true. But we're looking for the one that's not true. HOA governs the common elements. True. And creates rules and regulations. Yes, the HOA is in charge of the common elements, and you have to follow the rules. Form of ownership only available to residential property. Is it only a residential type of property that uses condominium ownership as a way to own something? Could you have an office complex where the office space that's rented is the airspace, painted surface? Sure. There's condominium office. It's just a way to own property, right? It's just a method. Doesn't matter what the purpose is, whether residential or commercial. So there could be commercial condominiums, office condominiums. In a life estate, the holder of the reversionary interest will have what type of ownership interest upon the death of the life tenant? Oh boy, life estate. It's not specific to conventional or for the life of another, but if it's reversionary going on, what type of ownership interest upon the death of the life tenant? In other words, we have a life estate. The measuring life dies, and the seller of the life estate has determined that it reverts back to them upon the death of the measuring life. What kind of ownership do they have when it reverts back to them? Do they get back a life estate? No. They gave a life estate to someone else. They're not going to take it back and give themselves less of a form of ownership. An estate for years? No, that's renting. That's how a tenant would have the possession of something, not own it. Fee simple defeasible? That's not related to life estates. So it's coming back to the one who originally sold it. Therefore, they're going to have fee simple absolute. Which of the following is false under joint tenancy? Unlimited owners may own the property. Sure, you could have lots of owners for joint tenancy. Yes, Tony. Fee simple absolute. That means that they could do it whatever they want to. There's no conditions attached. It's the way they probably had it before they sold it to this life estate, life tenant. So they're going to get it back. Fee simple absolute. Which one is false under joint tenancy? All owners will have equal interest in the property. That is a common characteristic of a joint tenancy. Equal ownership interest. Compared to tenants in common, you could have equal, but you could also have unequal. But joint, they are equal. Unmarried couples cannot take title as joint tenancy. This is another case where you don't really need to know that much about joint tenancy, because you probably remember that unmarried couples or married couples can own as any of the three. Anybody can use any of them. So that might be enough for you to get this one right without really having to dig deep into A, B, or D. Owners in joint tenancy have rights of survivorship. That's also true. But C is not true, because sure, unmarried couples can take. In fact, a case could be made that joint tenants is a good solution for unmarried couples to enjoy that right of survivorship component without having to get married. Because tenants in common does not have right of survivorship. Property deed requires that upon transfer of the property, a portion of the property must be used for agricultural purposes. Okay, they're putting conditions on it that you have to use it as something. So which of these is the best answer choice when they're putting conditions that you have to use it as something? It's more than just a condition. They've told you what the condition is, what kind of condition it is. They're not saying you are not allowed to use it as something. They're saying you have to keep on using it as something. And think about that. Because B and C are types of A. They're both types of defeasible. So which one, B or C, is the type of defeasible that best describes this situation? Yes. Fee simple determinable. Good job. So condition subsequent would be that the property must not be used as agricultural, or must not be used for selling alcohol. Let's revisit those since it's right here in front of us. We've got talking about freehold estates. Hopefully you can write this one out for yourself at this point, the charts. The chart. The best one is fee simple absolute, right? No restrictions, no conditions. If you can do anything about it, have any say about it, try to own it as fee simple absolute. But that seller makes the choice. They could also choose to sell it to you fee simple defeasible, meaning defeatable. Oops. Feasible. And then we've got those two options. Is it defeasible determinable, or is it defeasible subject to a condition subsequent? If it's defeasible determinable, that means you must keep using it a certain way. If it's subject to, it means you must not use it a certain way. If it's determinable, it's an automatic reversion if you break the condition. Subject to, you must pursue in a court of law to get it back if they break the condition. So it's one or the other. And then there's also the life estates. That was the third. The pour V for the life of another is the type of life estate where we've got a life tenant and a measuring life that are different. Person A versus person B. And if that measuring life dies, then this life tenant, person A, loses the property. And then what happens? It's either going to revert back to the seller or go to a third-party remainderman. And what can you do with a life estate, whether it's for the life of another or this other kind of non-inheritable called a conventional life estate? Conventional life estate says the life tenant and the measuring life are the same person. Therefore, when they die, it goes away to either a reversionary or a remainderman. But what can you do with these life estates? You can sell them. You can lease them. You can mortgage them, as long as they know that what they have is a temporary ownership or temporary interest in the property that goes away when this life tenant person, when this measuring life person dies, whoever they might be. The other kind of non-inheritable freehold estate, the last one, was the marital rights. Marital life estate. That means that your spouse cannot leave you out of the will. So if the spouse has left no will or tries to cut you out, you have a certain percentage of ownership based on your years married. That's a terribly messy freehold estate chart. The holder of an ordinary or conventional life estate will have the estate terminate upon what? Conventional life estate, ordinary life estate. The measuring life and the life tenant is the same person. Therefore, death of the grantee. You got it. Brokerage firm which hires brokers as employees must do what? Brokerage firm hires brokers as employees. How do you get paid when you're an employee compared to an independent contractor? W-2. And what is the most disappointing lesson you learned when you got your first W-2 paycheck? That number at the top was not the one you got. It's the number at the bottom. So those taxes have to be withheld. An independent contractor agreement should contain which of the following? That's what you sign between you and your firm. Independent contractor agreement. Is it a written agreement between the firm and licensee creating a set work schedule? No, that's something you do with employees. Is it a written agreement between the firm and licensee allowing licensee to set their own schedule? Yes, that's what an independent contractor does. Does it allow firm to withhold taxes? No, in fact, it better not, because we could get in big trouble. And every year when you renew your license for $45, you have to sign or click on a box that says, yep, I still promise that I'm not doing this, that my firm is not withholding my taxes. I'm truly an independent contractor. Apparently that's been a fraud thing across the state for a while, across multiple industries. People in different industries trying to pay somebody as 1099 as if they're independent contractors so they don't have to bother with pulling aside taxes, but they're really employees. Written agreement providing for firm-sponsored health insurance. No, that's more of an employee privilege. So best choice is B. When using exclusive right to sell, there we go. Exclusive right to sell. When has the broker earned their commission? When the broker finds a ready, willing, and able buyer who submits an offer matching the seller's terms in the listing agreement. Earning it and making it, like getting it in your hands, are two different dates probably, right? You've earned it when you've produced a ready, willing, and able buyer. So 26 is A. But let's look at the others. When a broker submits an offer from a buyer at full asking price, well, an offer at full price doesn't mean the seller has accepted it. So have they earned it yet? Not until we have a contract and it's an able buyer also. When the seller counters, we still don't have a contract. We're still working on it. When the deed is recorded, no, that's when you're going to, hopefully within minutes or hours or at least a couple of days at most, finally get it in your hands. But you earned it way before that. So it's A. All the following are material facts which must be disclosed by a listing broker, except what? Improper draining of water during periods of heavy rain. Well, yeah, that's a disclosure, material fact that a broker has to disclose. Utility easement, yep. Easements are there. We have to disclose it. Neighbors have reported odd sounds like haunted spirits during full moons. That's not material. That's a stigmatized property. Seller added new decking and didn't secure the work permits. That's definitely material. No, unpermitted work is material fact. So 25C. If a broker wished to have protections in place for their earned commissions after a listing expires, they should be sure to include the what? Protections in place. So here it is. On a listing agreement, there's a provision built into the standard one that says, look, seller, if this listing agreement expires and you end up selling it to somebody that came about your house as a result of my efforts, and I'll give you a list of those people, that I still should get the commission. In other words, you can't just not pay me to somebody that came because of all that work I did. Now, part of that particular provision says that if you relist with another firm, I'm out. I don't have that protection anymore. It's just to keep someone from, upon expiration, doing you out of your commission that you rightfully should get. And you could fill in the blank of how many days you are protected. The word protection is a hint here. These are both easy to cross out because they're not about brokers. They're about your deed of trust clauses. Coinsurance, no. Protection clause is what's in that listing agreement to protect a broker's commission. Which of the following best describes agency agreements and offers to purchase? Are they express oral agreements until closed? No, got to be in writing. Are they implied until finalized? Never implied, not allowed, illegal. Are they express written agreements to be enforceable? That sounds pretty good. That sounds about right. Are they express oral agreements until negotiations are done? Nope. Best description is C. A buyer and seller are under contract on a property. After it's finalized, the buyer wants to extend due diligence period by 7 days. What would be the correct form to use when making this request? We want to extend the due diligence period. When we have a contract, what's the type of form that we use to make changes? Is it an addendum or an amendment? When we're in the contract phase, we make changes with amendments, like the Constitution amendments, right? That's a contract, sort of, for purposes of memorization. But when we make an offer, we alter the terms of the offer by using addenda. So yeah, the only one that's amendment here is B, agreement to amend. And that agreement to amend has several things in it. It's got the ability to extend the closing date, the ability to extend the due diligence period, to charge different amount for due diligence money or an additional amount, to change the holder of the trust account, holder of the earnest money, change the purchase price. It also lets you change how much the seller pays toward the buyer's closing costs. That agreement to amend accomplishes about 8 or 9 different possible things. But you knew that you could know the answer just because of the word amendment. While under a valid listing agreement, the seller sold the property, legally avoided paying a broker commission. The agreement the seller signed is most likely what? What could still be a valid listing agreement that would allow the seller to not pay the listing broker? Exclusive agency or exclusive right? One of them pays the broker no matter who sells it, even if it's the seller who sells it. One of them lets the seller not have to pay the broker if they themselves bring the buyer. That's right. An amendment is for changing the contract. That's right. After it's signed. Exclusive what? Exclusive, yep, you got it. Exclusive agency is the one that's going to let that seller sell it by themselves without having to pay a broker. Seller sold the property legally, didn't have to pay the commission, therefore they must have brought the buyer by themselves. And that would mean that they had an exclusive agency agreement with their listing broker. Since they legally avoided paying the commission, they had to have brought the buyer. The seller brought their own buyer or found them. In an option to purchase, the purpose of the option fee is what? Is it to allow a buyer to complete due diligence and negotiate price, terms, and amount of option fee? Or is it to compensate the seller for holding the property basically on layaway for the buyer while the buyer decides whether to terminate or proceed with the sale? That sounds good. Does it create a bilateral contract to negotiate? No, we're not negotiating. Does it compensate the seller for holding the property with a buyer right of first refusal should the seller get a more desirable offer? That one might be confusing and sound like it could be it. It's definitely not A or C. What's happening in an option to purchase? The buyer doesn't know if they want to be the buyer, but they also don't want to enter into a contract to actually have to purchase it and therefore pay due diligence money. When it's an option to purchase, all they're paying is an option fee for the privilege of having time to decide if they want to go through with it and buy it or not. An option to purchase gives them time to maybe not buy it. Even if they choose not to buy it, they are still losing the option fee. And then also a part of that option to purchase deal is you don't get to possess it. You're not a renter. Renters don't use options to purchase. Renters use one of those other kinds, one of them being a right of first refusal, another one being a right of first opportunity to purchase. Those are two things available to renters. They allow for possession. Those two types of a delayed kind of thing. But a straight up option to purchase it's a non-possessory interest. You pay the option fee in exchange for an amount of time to decide if you want to buy it or not. You could be a renter and want to decide if you want to buy it or not, in which case you would do a right of first opportunity to purchase. If the seller ever decides to sell it, your landlord ever decides to sell, you would be the one they would come to first. Do you want to buy it? Because I want to sell it now. I didn't want to sell it the last 3 years that you rented it from me, but now I do. And so because we have this first opportunity to purchase agreement between us, then I've got to wait and see if you want to do it first. That's not mentioned in this list at all. But the other one is, a renter could also say, hey, seller, I don't really want to buy. I'm happy renting. But if you get an offer, I definitely don't want a different landlord than you. I'd rather just buy it myself than have to pay rent to a different person than you. So if you get an offer, let me have a chance to meet or beat it. That's called a right of first refusal. And that's another thing available to a renter. Doesn't have to be a renter, but it could be. What is not going to be a renter is the option to purchase. Instead of the option to purchase, a renter could accomplish the same thing with a right of first opportunity to purchase. So in this case, this question is B. Option to purchase compensates the seller for holding the property while the buyer decides what they want to do in exchange for that fee. Which of the following is the best example of a counteroffer? Seller instructs their broker to cross out original offer, initial date, send the counteroffer back. Seller instructs brokers to tell buyer that if the buyer raises the offer, seller will likely accept the offer. Seller uses the memo to buyer form to indicate the terms agreeable. That's not a counter at all. Seller crosses out the price, writes in another number, initials beside the change, and sends the terms to the buyer. So in this case, 19, best answer is D. Seller crosses out the purchase price, writes in another number, initials beside the change, sends the terms to the buyer. A looks similar. Seller instructs the broker to cross out the price, but the broker wouldn't be the one initialing and dating. That's not proper because we're just special agents. We don't actually sign or initial on their behalf. A says the broker has been told to do the initialing and dating. That's not okay. Seller needs to be the one who crosses out initials and dates. Right? The initialing and dating was the problem between the two. So 19 is D. Two parties come to an agreement on the exchange of real property. The seller of the property is a minor selling property they have inherited. They have a mutual and voluntary meeting of the minds for price and terms. Okay, we got a minor. They shake on the deal, agree on a date, time to meet at the deed of records office to transfer the property. The buyer shows up, but the seller does not. What type of contract do we have? Seller doesn't show, but the seller was a minor. Is this enforceable? Is there anything that buyer can do about it? That's part of dealing with a minor, right? What type of contract do the buyer and seller have? Now, keep in mind, B is real tempting. It says voidable because the seller was a minor and can change their mind. That is true. Seller was a minor, and it's voidable because of that. However, what else do we know about this? They shake on the deal. They don't have it in writing at all. And so it's unenforceable because the meeting of the minds was verbal, right? It's void because it's not in writing. It is also, if it weren't for the fact that it's void, it would be also voidable. The voidable thing, either case, both of those things kind of keep either party. The answer means that since it's verbal, that either party could have not shown up and not had any consequences. That's what a void contract is. The question with the void versus valid versus voidable is who can suffer consequences if they don't perform? Yep. I don't blame you. B just seems like the right one, and it is in and of itself true. But best answer is that if the buyer had not shown up but the seller had, typically if it had been in writing, we would have thought, well, the buyer was a legal adult. The minor was not. The minor would have been harmed because the buyer didn't. They tried to breach, and they can't breach, but they can in this case because it was only verbal. They've got nothing enforceable. So that supersedes the voidable thing. Void overrules voidable, right? Since it's since it's not in writing, it's not enforceable by either side. So if it had been the buyer that didn't show up and the seller did, nothing that minor could have done about it because it wasn't in writing. But I get it. I totally know what you're saying. Don't forget with that whole valid, void, and voidable, any of them could result in a successful closing. It could be a verbal, but as long as they did show up and did sign the closing papers, including the deed, then yes, congratulations. But the risk along the way is what it depends on. All the way up until that point when it did get closed successfully, if it's a voidable contract, then the risk was always on the one that was not, that was 18, sane, and sober, right? So in this case, the adult, the of-age adult, 18 or over, is the one who is held to consequences if they don't perform. The underage minor not held to any consequences when it's avoidable. But they could have actually chosen to show up, and yeah, they could have bought it successfully. Void means that both of the parties could go away and breach, and nothing either one of them could do about it. There's nothing enforceable in a court of law. Sorry, you didn't have something in writing, and that's what happened here. It was both a minor and unwritten. Therefore, the fact that it was unwritten meant that both sides had the freedom to never go through with it, never go through with their promise. That's why A is the better answer. That's both a good and a terrible question all at once. It's like, oh, if you get this, understand why this is the answer, you got this down. You have this topic down. So we're so conditioned to think of like a lottery ticket. Oh, you scratched off too many, therefore it's a void ticket. No good anymore. Well, a void contract is still good. It's just that which of the parties, either or both, can walk away and the other can't do anything about it. That's what a void contract is. It could still work. It could still be a successfully closed transaction. I'm willing to keep talking and keep going since I was late because of my little technical difficulty. So, and then it's of course being live streamed. So we'll go for another 10 or so. Feel free to leave if you need to. Which of the following is true if a loan contingency is part of an offer to purchase and contract? If the loan contingency period is less than the due diligence period, the buyer would be refunded. So what do we have here? Loan contingency is built in. It's a standard contract, but there is a loan contingency. That means that if you don't get approved for your loan, then you are entitled to get your money back if you don't buy it, since you can't buy it. So if that's the case, that extra right exists for the borrower, then which of the following applies? If the period is less than due diligence, the buyer would be, I don't know about that. Allows the buyer to terminate the offer to purchase and have their earnest money returned to them if they are unable to get financed. The buyer would still lose their due diligence money. That sounds a lot like an FHA VA addendum, which is in fact a loan contingency. So B sounds pretty good. Does a loan contingency extend the amount of time the buyer has to pursue qualification, but not the appraisal period? No, that's not a thing. The seller becomes responsible for all costs incurred if the buyer is unable to obtain. No, that's not it. B. 17 is B. They can terminate because they didn't get qualified and get their deposit back. But they still lose that due diligence money. We talked about Sherman already. Essential element of a listing agreement is what? Essential element of a listing agreement. Does it require signatures by buyer and seller? Well, we don't have a buyer yet. We're just listing the property, so no. Seller's minimum acceptable price. No. That's something for them to decide later, once offers start coming in. Buyer's acceptable terms. No, has nothing to do with the buyer. Specific beginning and ending date. Oh, yeah. Any agency agreement has to have a beginning and an ending date in the agreement. Can't have perpetual agency agreements. Except you could have an automatic renewal for property management, by the way. The monetary agreement to compensate the party who is injured by contract termination. Oh, we talked about this already. 14. What happens? What kind of damages are we dealing with the offer to purchase and contract? Liquidated. That's what earnest money and due diligence are. They are liquidated damages. Installment land contract, the buyer has what? Buyer has equitable title. That's seller financing. The seller has legal title until they're paid in full. 12. Seller's furious no one told him the buyer's a minor. Seller has purchased a home in the neighborhood, is moving only a block away, worried that the minor's going to throw a bunch of parties and it's going to be loud. A friend told the seller that since the buyer's a minor, the contract is voidable. Can the seller terminate this contract because it's a minor? Yes, minors can lease property, but they're not allowed to own property. Is that true? No, it's not true. No, minors can buy property. Minors are not allowed to sell property. Is that true? No, that's not true either. Yes, the contract is voidable by either party at any time up to closing. That's not true, but it would be if the word here was void instead of voidable. No, the seller can't terminate upon discovery of the minor's age. What if the minor wanted to terminate because they found out the seller's going to live nearby and they're a big jerk and they're probably going to call the cops? Sure, because it's voidable. And because they're a minor, they can back out for any reason or no reason, more so than even just the typical during due diligence period, because it's voidable. Which of the following is true for a void contract? A minor is involved in the transaction. No, that's voidable. Seller misrepresented the condition of the roof. No. Broker failed to disclose environmental issues. No. Contract purpose is no longer legal. That's the best answer there. But again, void, voidable, valid. Who can sue who, right? Statute, should say. A statute of frauds. Main purpose is to do what? Remember the two things. There's the Connor Act and there's the statute of frauds. The Connor Act is about recording a document. The Connor Act says it must be recorded in order to protect it against a third party coming along and saying, I co-own this or I have ownership interest. The statute of frauds says it must be in writing to be enforceable. So, does it say that attorneys must be involved in all closing procedures? No. Does it prevent the transfer of freehold property by oral contracts? No. We've already learned that you could have an oral, aka void contract go to successful closing. You're just, both parties are at risk of either one wanting to leave and not being able to do anything about it. Require that all contracts be in writing to be enforceable. Oh, there we go. Textbook definition of statute of frauds. Prevent the transfer of non-freehold property by oral contracts? No, that's not a thing. A valid offer to purchase and contract requires all the following except what? I think we touched on this before. Due diligence fee does not affect an offer to purchase and contract being valid or not. It can be nothing. During the option period in a contract, Yep, sure will. In the chat. Not for you. I see it. Can you explain void, voidable, and unenforceable again? Let's look at it this way. We've got valid. A valid contract. We've got void. And we've got voidable. Valid means great. Both parties must perform. Well, they don't have to, but if they don't perform, there's consequences. So both parties have consequences if they don't perform. Let's say it that way. Void contracts, neither party has consequences if they don't perform. And voidable, one party has consequences available that they have to follow if they don't perform. And that one party is the one who is not 18, sane or sober. The one who was under 18, wasn't sane or wasn't sober at the time of creation of contract, gets to back out for any reason, no reason, and there's nothing the other party can do about it. They could all close successfully, as long as those parties agreed to and showed up and signed the papers. It could still work. Any of these three: valid, void, voidable. The word enforceable is what we're talking about when it would really apply to valid and voidable, right? Because one of the parties can enforce the contract on the other one. In this case, both of them can enforce. In this case, one of them can enforce. In this case, neither can enforce. Enforce meaning take him to court, have Judge Judy decide the matter. And she's going to say, do you have that contract in writing? And if it's this case, you're going to say, no, we shook on it like gentlemen. She's going to say, get your gentleman butts out of here. Nothing I can do for you. Unenforceable, right? Does that help? Enforceable versus unenforceable. Let me know if you need something. Invoidable, who can enforce it? The one who is not 18, not sane, or not sober. That's the one who has the. That's the one who can walk away if they want to, and the other party can't do anything about it. But the one who is not 18, not sane, or not sober could still hold the other one to it, because the other one is of age, sane, sober. They are still the one that would have to suffer the consequences if they tried to back out. So in avoidable, let's say it's a minor, they could take you to court and say, you told me you signed the contract. You said you were going to sell it to me. I have it right here. You go to court over it and the judge says, oh, show me the contract. Okay, here it is in writing. And you're 17. Yep. And that other person, the grown adult, decided to breach and back out and not sell it. Yep. Well, this is an enforceable written contract that you have, and so therefore enforcing it. Hey, grown adult, you tried to back out of it. You can't do that. Now you're going to have to pay the penalties. Now you're going to be forced to do it. They could sue if it's a seller who's the adult in that case. The 17-year-old could sue them for specific performance, sue to reimburse them for the monies they've spent on inspections and whatnot, get their earnest money, due diligence money back. So that's the one who could sue to enforce the contract. And avoidable is the one who was not of legal capacity. Does that make sense? Okay. Good. During the option period, we'll just finish out this test and we'll be done unless you have other questions. During the option period in a contract, the buyer would be allowed to do all the following except what? What are we looking for that the buyer can't do when they have an option? Use the property as a site to store unused equipment. Remember, option periods looks like this. Let me do it this way. We've got three. We've got an option to purchase. We've got a right of first refusal. And we've got a right of first opportunity to purchase. Both of these are available to renters, meaning you could have possessory interest, because a renter has possessory interest. They get to possess it. They get to utilize it, live there. They don't own it, but they get to live there. This option one is not for renters or not possessory interest. You don't get to to use it. You just have the option to decide to buy it, but you don't get to do anything with it in the meantime. With these two, you get to do stuff with it in the meantime. You may not. You could also not be a renter, but you could be. On this one, you definitely could not be a renter. You're not getting to use it at all. And then with this one, right of first opportunity to purchase, that means the seller/landlord has gotten an offer from a third party. And you have a chance to beat it first. They have to give you the chance to meet it or beat it. Or this right of first opportunity to purchase means the seller decides to sell. There's not a third party involved. There's no offer on the table from someone else here. Seller decides to sell, so they have to let you be the first chance buyer. You get the first opportunity to purchase it if you want to. These would be documents you have in writing and we've recorded on the public record. So you would have a written right of first opportunity to purchase, acknowledging your first position to exercise that right if you want. You would have the right of first, did I say that wrong? No, right of first refusal in this case, which would say, oh, if another person makes you an offer, you can't tell them yes. You got to come to me and see if I want to do it before you can tell them yes to that offer they gave you. But then the option, again, non-possessory, there's an option fee, and it pays for a period of time to decide. Could be a year, any period of time. So with that in mind, of those three things, possibilities, during the option period, that's the first one we just wrote out, in a contract, a buyer would be allowed to do all the following except what? Use the property as a site to store unused equipment. Yep, can't use the property, so it's A. But let's look at the rest. Consider and alter the types of financing they will use to maybe purchase the property. Yeah, they could do that while they're thinking about it. Investigate the property using information available online. Sure. Drive by it on a regular basis to observe traffic flow and congestion. Sure. Yeah. That's part of why they might be looking into it, doing their research. Listing agreement that will give the broker the most protection is the exclusive right to sell. Because that means no matter, even if the seller brings the buyer themselves, the broker gets paid. We talked about 6. An agent owes all the following fiduciary duties except obedience to lawful. No, we owe that. Disclosure of material facts to everybody. Yep, we owe that. Honesty and fairness when giving responses to questions from the client. No, that's not the one. When giving responses to questions from the client, we owe honesty and fairness to everybody, not just the client. Out of the old car list of fiduciary duties, we owe disclosure to everybody, and we owe reasonable skill and care, which includes honesty and fairness. And that's who we owe that to more than just our client. Buyer agent showed the buyer client several homes. Buyer fell in love with one of them, asked the agent to represent them. When the buyer agent contacted the listing agent to let them know their buyer would be giving an offer, the agent was told the home went under contract. Best course of action, we covered this already. Backup offer. So C. There's nothing else, nothing more you could do except have, maybe if the seller agrees, submit an offer to them that's in an automatic second position, which will bump to the first position if that first primary buyer decides to back out. Buyer has hired an agent to represent them in buying a new home. The agent will be paid a cooperation fee from the listing side. In this situation, the listing side's paying the commission. The fiduciary of the listing agent is owed to whom? It's owed to the seller. You got it. We looked at this one, I think. Because the listing agent owes all of fiduciary to that seller. Seller entered into a listing contract with an agent who promised to hold weekly open houses. They only held one. Agent got an offer, which the seller accepted without changes. The option available to the seller at closing because the agent failed to hold open houses is what? Best answer is they have to still pay the full commission. They accepted the offer and didn't ask for a reduced commission as part of the negotiation. And then finally, ABC Realty represents a buyer client who wants exclusive representation. XYZ represents a seller who wants exclusive in the purchase of a property in the same transaction. They need to make sure what? Seller and buyer, they're not going to be treated as customers. They're going to be treated as clients. So best answer one is C. We looked at that already. All right. We still have more to talk about, which we'll cover. Let me know what you want to talk about on Monday, but otherwise we're going to finish out we need to review license law, commission rule. We'll talk about anything's fair game at this point. Tell me any math you want to talk about, like loan amount after first month. Don't forget, the Impact Broker Coach YouTube channel has math walkthroughs, narrated iPad walkthroughs at the oldest videos. You can look at it under the video column. And there it is. I'll show you. So you've got access to that, but I'm glad to do it in class too. So I'd say watch it, see if you can figure it out. Make sure you click video there, and then you can scroll to the bottom and see all those math specific things. And even some of these are just not specific to one math thing. They might branch out and talk about a couple of things. So you tell me. I have to take test. 21st is the official test date. If you don't pass on that date, there is a makeup date. But let's see, if you take it on the 21st and don't pass, you make 69 to 74, then you can reschedule for a second try. So even if one were worried about not passing it, I would still do it. Because if you don't take it on the 21st and just take the retake, then you don't get the chance to try again. You've given up that chance because you pushed it. So I would just, at least for the sake of having another at-bat, right, an experience of a test, which is actually the best one because it's the test, do it anyway. And then you could retake it if you needed to. The test itself let me think. Once you hit go and start taking it, I believe it's I'll email you guys and let you, well, you'll get it from Learn Test Pass. They'll tell you the exact ins and outs. I'll have that sent out to you this week. Probably, what's today? Tomorrow or Thursday at the latest. And it'll be a period of time. Yeah, you'd have a window, and you'll have a decent window. I think it'll end at like 9 or 10, but it'll start probably even before 5:30. But I'll get you those details. You'll get those in an email with all the other rules about how to scan the room and all the things you're supposed to do to comply properly. So you'll have a window of opportunity within which to start it. You'll do the national one first. Then once that's finished, you'll have to go back into your email and click on the one to start the state one. That's a separate email unless they've changed it. And then you'll take that one. So don't think you can just do the one and not the other. It's two. It's a national link and a state test link too. But again, the email they'll send you this week will talk you through it and give you a sample. They'll give you a practice test, just like a little 5-question, just to help you see and go through the process firsthand before the actual test day. Let me know anything I can do, have questions along the way, and I'm happy to happy to do it. This is a priority for you guys, so I'm happy to make you a priority. So let me know of your questions in the meantime. All right, I'll see you on Monday. Have a great weekend.